After 12, thank you. It's after 12:30 on July 13th. This is the Montecito Board of Architectural Review consent calendar, item C1, 1171 Mesa Road. Is there anybody here for that project, please? Anybody?
Doesn't look like it.
Claire, did you have a chance? Turn on your mic. Did you have a chance? This is Bob Lamborn's lot line adjustment. Did you have a chance to review them?
Yes, yes, I
Are you
did.
okay with it?
This is the one. Oh, concern modified. No, I didn't have any notes to myself, and I said, okay, so.
And I think it's okay too. So we will recommend approval for that, item C1. Item C2, is there anybody here for that? 350 Woodley Road. Before we get it very far on this, to me, the consent calendar is something that's simple and obvious. I think adding a whole brand new basement is not either simple or obvious. Taking it from 135 to 147 on the FAR is pushing it, I think. I will not review this here, but I will, please stay around, I will bring it up to the full board and see whether or not they want to review it at this time, or whether or not they're going to ask you to come on to a future agenda to review it. Okay, so it's neither simple nor obvious, so it's just too big for this, for this venue.
Well, and then the note that I have to myself is that the planner recommended full board.
No, it said it was possible to have full board.
Oh,
So-
possible to have full board. Well,
Yeah.
I wrote down full board.
Yeah, I said full board too. Also, you guys don't have landscape drawings. I mean, there's lots of reasons that it would not get approved today. And from my point of view, if you guys want to pursue this, which of course is your right to do that. I think it has to be re-noticed as a preliminary. I think it's too big to be doing on final. You understand the difference between those approvals? I think it's just too big of a change. You know, if somebody does a little something here, of course, that always happens, but brand new grading, brand new walls, brand new square footage, bigger building, you know, that's just too much
And no landscape plan.
for me for final, a change from preliminary to final. So in my personal opinion, it has to go back for preliminary, but we will chat about that early on in our next, the full board. Okay. Item C3, Ty, are you with us here, please? Ty, this is the bungalow for not bungalow, the duplex for Elmo Presbyterian Church. Are you here, Ty? Did you have a chance to do it?
Yes, I did.
And
He doesn't look like he's here.
What I said was, looks good.
And I have, okay. So let's recommend this for final and submit.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Oh, for preliminary and final. Well, county council actually wants us to, didn't you get preliminary last time? No, it says it down much. Does anybody like to address the board on this item? County council wants us to do it, consent and final and full board. Anybody?
No request.
Okay, very good. So Paul, are you here, please? Item C4,
Now my mic is off. Yes, I am here.
and is it Guillaume?
Guillermo, I'm here to the landscape architect. Good studio.
Excellent. Paul, I didn't see any changes in terms of detailing. You said you were going to provide photos of the window conditions.
Yes, I provided sheet A 2.6.1.
Okay, hang
all
on,
of
hang on,
these-
Hang
Yeah.
on,
hang on. Let us get
Wrong
that
set, wrong set. That's not my set.
on the next project.
And we need the secretary to put it up for us.
I don't know if he's a secretary,
This project up.
not this project. we're done with this one. C4.
Under C4. 465 hot springs.
Here we go. Yeah, that's architectural. So starting with sheet A 2.6.1.
Okay, hang on, let us get,
Hang on,
do you know the PDF number?
Well, here we are right there. And that's my
Okay, keep going.
yeah, scroll down, please. 2.6.1 will show you photos of all the new French doors and casement windows, and in the subsequent sheets, I enhanced the details per your comments 2 weeks ago.
Okay, well, hang on, let's take a look.
Yes. Getting closer.
Yeah, keep going.
More?
That's 2.6.
Yeah, so it's right after the door and window schedule. So here are the photos of the new French doors, details of the sill, hinges, mullions, and astragal, and then the photos of the new casement windows, a pair down there in the lower left, and then a single triple pane casement sash right there, and then details of the corners, mullions, astragals as well. I've noted that there's no wood stucco mold trims on all the exterior French doors and windows. They are all half round stucco returns. Now that detail has been noted and updated on all my detailed building wall sections in the subsequent pages. I also was working with the civil engineer for my building permit package, determining what my drainage needs to be for my large flat roofs. And he gave me the slopes and the number of drains, which have been updated on the roof plans. And then I've raised the parapet, the perimeter parapets on the subsequent detail pages in this set.
How much, please? How
Oh,
much?
I'm at a total of 6 feet because my maximum slope to drain is just under 4 inches. I'm sorry, I said 6 feet. I mean 6 inches.
So
My
you
maximum
raised them
slope to
about
drain is
4
less than 4 inches.
You raised them up about 4 inches?
No, all of my perimeter parapets on my flat roofs are 6-inch curbs now. Quadruple 2x6 plates, which is all shown on the detail sheets 2.9.1, 0.2, 0.3, and 0.4. That's all been changed in the details.
I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about, but I normally don't look at those things. you
Yeah,
know,
okay.
And I still have a question about the corrected relook.
Okay, so Paul, hang on, let's jump over to the landscaping. Is that the same file? Is it a different?
No, that appears to be in a separate file. There it is right there. Guillermo will lead.
Okay, so Claire, your question, speak into the mic, please, so they can hear you.
Yeah, John, I just have a question. On the agenda, it says project to return with full details and corrected WELO counts.
Right.
So I'd like to see those because on my computer, I can't zero in on that, so I can't. so-
Okay, so
so-
if we go to page 6 on the PDF, it's the
Did
sorry,
you change-
page 5. I
Did
did
your-
change.
Did your WELO calcs change?
Yes, I did.
How much? How much? About,
You can see the table there. What we did is that we replaced the lawn area, which used to be Marathon 2, with Lipia, and that gave us a low plant factor. And then we increased the plant factor from 0.1, which we had it because those plants were growing on shade, to 0.3 on the low range, and that gave us the new maximum water estimate, which is 93%. So that's how we address those comments. We change it to 0.3 for the low and switch the lawn area to Curapia, which also gave us a low plant factor.
yeah, well,
Okay, thank
that does not surprise me that happened, so that's good, that's what I was expecting, I didn't know what was gonna happen now. Paul, hang on
Yes.
for a second.
Yeah, I'm hanging.
Can you go to, I think it's number 10, Danny, 2 trees. And let's look at and in the architectural electrical up on the top, yeah, and down near the bottom of that. No, it probably 2/3 of the way down. A little farther, yeah, keep going. I want to see the details, please. Okay, so Paul,
Yeah,
these are details, okay? Keep
right.
going. And I never see this on your plans. And
Well, okay,
this is what I'm hoping to keep going, David, please. See that in the upper left-hand corner where it actually shows how that window, happens to be a door, sits in the wall.
yes.
You never show that. And so it's a little sketchy. Yes, you've shown the windows, but where are they? How do they fit in? So
Okay,
this is what I'm hoping to get from you soon on your projects. So your comment, please.
well, I hear you, and you discussed with me 2 weeks ago. I mean, I got into my building details and I spent 2 days updating them for the issues that you addressed. And I'm not really understanding why you didn't see it or why we're not allowed to take a look at that.
Okay, so,
I feel like I did the work, but now you're just like,
okay, so
I don't
would you
know.
please show me where that is?
okay. So this was, and also I said to you in the last meeting, my French doors and windows have all been fabricated. Can I provide photos of them? Will that suffice? I understand that shows the doors and windows and not necessarily the level of detail for how they're inserted into the wall. Scroll
Okay.
forward, please, to sheet 3 or 4 sheets forward. Let's go to the enlarged building sections. Sorry, here we go. So you talked about my parapet heights, and I coordinated this new parapet height with my civil engineering drainage calculations. Also added details on flashing on the parapet caps, changed all my notes. If you blow these up where the doors and window penetrations are, they show radius returns on both the inside plaster and on the exterior top coat stucco. This change has been made on all of my enlarged building section plan. This is the first one. There are a total of 4 of them right there. And I added a few other notes as well and coordinated pieces as well. I understand that these are overall wall sections, and these aren't an even larger 1.5" scale. These are 1.5" scale. Sometimes they go even larger, 3 inch to 1 foot, etc.
Can you show me where that is, please?
So there's this sheet, and then there's the subsequent 3 more sheets. Change the parapet details on these as well.
Yep, good. Keep going.
And then same on these parapet sheets and flashing notes and perimeter door and window penetration returns both on the inside and on the outside of these building envelope penetrations. And this is the last one here with the parapet that was right there.
So Paul,
Yeah,
I agree that the parapet detail is probably going to work. And I believe that what you're doing is having the contractor design the look and feel of the doors and windows rather than the architect. And so I understand that they'll probably work out okay, but that's basically what it is, what's happening here. So I would highly encourage and suggest that as you go forward that you do much larger details, either 1.5" or probably 3 inch to the foot.
understand.
Because as you remember from architecture school, I assume Mies van der Rohe, yes?
You assume that
God
what?
is in the
Sorry.
detail. God is in the details. So there's a reason he said that. Seagram's building. Go look it up if you haven't seen it.
Yes,
Okay.
I hear you 200%, and I know what you're saying, and that all makes sense in the real world. I am not working in the real world. I am not designing this building. I'm just a draftsman, and sometimes the client does not want to pay me for those things, and I understand you'd like me to draw that stuff because you'd like to see it. And I can and will. That doesn't mean that my building will be built that way, unfortunately. I
Well-
hear you. I hear you 100%. I hear you.
Okay, so
I
I'm
don't know what to tell you.
faith that it's gonna get done right. I mean, we can keep continuing this or.
No, actually, I mean, my notes are that, approve, okay, so.
Yeah, I think it's okay, but I think it's nothing more than okay, Paul, and
Okay.
I'm not so sure that I'm going to be so generous on future projects.
You are heard and noted, and I will do my best to step it up. And I understand exactly what you're saying. Thank you, sir, though. I
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Okay, fine. Okay, so we are done for this section.
I am going to, he just said he was done. I'm gonna log out.
Oh, it is after 1 o'clock. You can, do you want to sit at the end, Elida, or do you want? If you stood there, you go. Okay.
You a problem today?
Are we on? Okay, it is,
But it's been kind of that day for me already.
it's a little bit after 1 on July 13th of 2023. I'd like to call the Montecito Board of Architectural Review to order. First item on the agenda is public comment. Is there somebody that would like to address the board on an item that is not before our committee today, please?
I've received no requests to speak.
Okay, item number Roman numeral 2, agenda status report. Anything, David? Yes.
Just one change to today's agenda. Item number 4, the Rancho San Carlos item, which is a different Rancho San Carlos item than you have heard before. The applicant has requested that this item be continued to your August 10th meeting.
And do you need a motion for that?
Yes, please.
So. Mike,
I make a motion to move item 4, Rancho San Carlos, 2500 East Valley Road to the next available agenda,
Meeting of August 24th, or August 10th, I'm sorry.
August 10th. It is.
is there a second, please? All those, any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Anything else on agenda status report, please?
No, I just wanted to note that we did get a comment letter on the one we just continued, so I'll make sure to get that comment letter in to the August 10th folder as well.
Okay, minutes of the 15th and the 29th. Is there anybody that has any comments on the 15th, please? Okay, I have several. On item 15th, on the second page, Roman numeral number 4, MBAR members informational briefing. Claire Gottstanker met with the chair of the Montecito HOA. What the heck is the Montecito HOA? Does-
I'm really
Who,
curious.
who did you meet with for 226 East Mountain Drive? Is there a Mountain Drive HOA?
That was the chair of the Montecito HOA.
Was that Montecito Drive?
No, I think that's the Montecito, what is that drive called? Not that. But I don't remember meeting with anybody.
No,
Family Trust Garage.
yeah, so
I
it's
haven't
not that
seen-
garage.
Yes, it is.
Becker.
It is.
Becker Studio.
Okay, who, and you said you met with somebody. Who did you meet with, please?
What I don't remember meeting.
I believe it was the chair of the Montecito Association. HOA is homeowners association typically.
Association.
Okay, let's change HOA to association. Because it's not a homeowners association. Okay, so. Item number C of Roman numeral 6, consent calendar, C1, request of Greg Van Sand. He is not an architect. He is a civil engineer or designer. No, I don't think he has a structural engineer.
So agent.
Agent, perfect. Yeah. But he's not an architect. He practiced structural, but I think he has only a civil. Okay, okay, item number 2. Comment number 4. Okay, consider different roof material, ensure that the metal roof is proposed. And then I'd like to strike everything after that and change that language, has low reflectivity. Okay. Item number 3, comment number 1. Site visit and story poles required. Story pole the 3 points of the building corner, the roof corners, not the building corners, but the roof corners. June 15th. Number 3, this is Jeff Shelton's project. Okay, so item number 4, comment number 2, return with sections through, and I want to add, through roof duct, D-U-C-T, chase, C-H-A-S-E, and full architectural details. It was my comment, so that's what I know what it is. Item number 6, comment number 2, provide site photos, and I'd like to strike the rest of that sentence and add highlighting how visible the garage might be from the road. That's the same project, 226, yeah. So photos highlighting how visible the garage might be from the roadway.
Okay.
And that's all I have. Is there anybody else that has any comments, please? I will move to approve the minutes of June 15th as amended. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Minutes of,
And just one clarification for the record, it looks like Elida was absent that meeting, so 1 abstention. Okay, just for the record, just want to make sure, thanks.
your mic is not on either. Okay, item number, excuse me, minutes of June 29th. Does anybody have any comments about that, please? Okay, I have a couple here. Item number 4, 2500 East Valley Road. Comment number 2. I'd like to add the word, 2 words or 3 words here, restudy, and add the word new gable, and then I'd like to add roof at doorway of west elevation. That was Bill's comment. Number 3, restudy garage doors, look for options to maintain. And then this is, I'd like to take out the word carriage style and add architecturally style consistent with historic period. So it would be restudy garage doors, look for options to maintain architectural style consistent with architectural period. And then item number 4, I do remember the comment, but I don't remember where. Add note that column details will remain. Which columns? There were a number of columns, and which, where? I did not make that, so I can't remember.
I probably did. I'm trying to remember what the drawings look like though.
At the entry, next to the garage, interior, which columns?
I'm sure they're on the exterior. Wouldn't care about the inside. So maybe
Yes,
Add note that all details will return. What's wrong with that?
maybe it should say add note that columns, existing columns will remain.
I think if we're not going to be specific about where, I think we should just leave it where it is.
All right.
Okay, item number 8. John, just before we move on, I just want to ask the board for one clarification. You may have noticed that this part was highlighted. And so I highlighted this part, the how the project should return, what level of review, because my notes differed from Kimberly's on this. So do you guys remember if you gave the okay for preliminary or if it was preliminary final.
For the San Carlos project?
Yeah,
I think some sort of-
preliminary final or preliminary only?
Well, I would rather to go preliminary slash final on consent. But I think the full board, given as complex as this project, should hear it.
Oh, there's no question that preliminary should be at the full board. Let's do preliminary final. If they don't make it, they don't make it. Okay. Okay. Item number 8. Comment number 2. MBAR appreciates, excuse me, comment number 1. On the second light, exterior fireplace chimney. What RTU? What the heck is an RTU? I don't know what it is.
I had to look it up myself, and now, of course, I can't remember what it is.
Anybody? Shall we strike it?
Somebody on the board made that comment. didn't they?
Well, okay, let's strike it. Nobody knows what the heck it means. I don't know what it is. Item number 6, restudy, and I think it's extremely important we add the word rear entrance. It's not the one at the street, but off the parking lot. And then item number, is it not, the last item, item number 9. Okay, comment number 4, this is Don Nolte's project up there on, whatever that is down there. Restudy location, I'd like to add the word and placement of bathroom of proposed cabana. The bathroom was down into the setbacks, they could swing it out and solve a lot of the setback problems. So that was the end of my comments. Anybody else, please? I'll move for final, for approval of the minutes of June 29th as amended. For a second.
I'll second that.
All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed?
And for the record, Tip was excellent. Thank you, Tip.
Okay. Members informational briefing. Anybody do anything or go anywhere, please?
Elida and I went on a lovely outing to Rancho San Carlos and spent an hour and a half with the group there, and it was very informative. It was just great. It was really nice to see it all again. 'cause
So
it-
this was a follow-up to our site visit because
Yeah.
Elida was not able to make it the first time.
Right, yeah,
Okay.
but Tip was also with us.
Excellent,
Thank
Yeah.
you.
excellent. Okay. Anybody else do anything? Go anywhere, please. Okay, so staff update. So David, what's going on with where we're meeting and stuff, please?
Yeah, really. Come on, staff, now it's your turn.
So John and I took a site visit over to the Montecito Fire Station on San Ysidro Road. And that is going to be the location of the majority of our meetings when the hearing room goes down. Just having a brief discussion with General Services this week. It looks like we can squeeze one more hearing in this room so we'll finish out July in this room, and then in August, we'll be primarily at the Montecito Fire Station. There may be 1 or 2 dates that were not available, and so we'll be meeting in one of Human Resources conference rooms here off-site. So I'll update the schedule and send it to the board. I'm still typing it up.
Okay,
But it looked very promising. I mean, it doesn't even look like we have to really bring much equipment in. It looks like it's pretty fully integrated. So John suspects that you'll like it so much that you won't want to come back.
And that the public will like it so much, they will not want us to come back. That was actually my comment.
Okay, we'll see. I mean, I think a lot of people attend remotely.
And David, what's the fallback if they have a high fire situation or something like that? And that's their
well, our meeting will be
Command-
canceled.
command center.
We haven't gone
Oh,
that
no.
far, so don't worry about that until
All
it
right.
happens.
I won't.
Well, I love it because it's in driving, I think it's almost walking distance. I don't have to get in my car.
Knock on wood
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
Jeez. Okay, anybody else? Anything else, David? Please.
Oh, I'm sorry, that was it for me.
Okay, very good. Okay, Montecito consent agenda. It was an interesting time, so let's go through it. Item C1, this is the project that Bob Lamborn wants to make some lot line adjustments that were basically memorializing what had actually been on the ground. Claire and I reviewed the drawings and would like to recommend full approval. And to that end, I would like to move the item C1171 Mesa Road be approved as submitted. Is there a
I'll
second?
second that.
Any discussions? All those in favor? Aye. Okay, I'm gonna skip C2 just for a second. Item C3, this was Tai Y. I'm not sure how to pronounce his last name. Tai, this is for preliminary final of the Elmo duplex. Both Claire and I reviewed it and think it's okay. And to that end, I'd like to move for both is there anybody that would like to, that's attending this meeting that would like to address the board on item C3, 1455 East Valley Road, please?
No request to speak, but Ty is
Okay.
present if you have
Oh.
any questions for him.
Okay, very good. So to that end, I'd like to make a motion for both preliminary and final for item C3 as submitted for item C3, 1455 East Valley Road. Is there a second, please?
I'll second that.
All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Item C4, this was the project that Paul Ashley brought through at 465 East Valley Road. Hot Springs Road, and I would say that he just barely got it across the goal line, and we had a little chat about that. And hopefully the drawings will be in better shape from now on. I had also requested that the applicant review the water reload calcs because they did not look correct, and as a result of that, the lawn that was on that project has been changed to
A fake lawn.
fake lawn. Okay, so saving the water. And to that end, I'd like to move for final approval as submitted for item C through.
AstroTurf. Yeah.
Yes, please. Oh, no, this is on for final only. For 465 Hot Springs Road, is there a second, please? Oh. I am sorry, it's public comment. I just saw the final. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item C4, 465 Hot Springs Road, please?
No request to speak.
Okay, now I'd like to make a motion for both preliminary and final for item C4, 465 Hot Springs Road as submitted. So
And
second.
I will second that, and it's not a fake lawn, it's, Elida has just reminded me, it's AstroTurf. They're replacing the lawn with AstroTurf, which is a fake lawn.
Okay, is there any,
But that's what it's
any other discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Okay, now. Item C2, gentlemen, you want to come up? So this was the project that William Hefner Studio brought before us, where they were putting a new bedroom up on top and things like that. It was on for final. And the drawings that came through. So I consider the consent calendar to be something where we deal with simple and obvious projects, or they came through and they said, ladies and gentlemen, we want to go from an FAR of 135 to 147 because we want to add a brand new gym, so what's called sports room, whatever it is down below, cutting into the earth. So we have a lot more grading, having new tall walls facing west. Am I correct about that? Basically, southwest west. And that seemed to me to be way too much for me and Claire to do on our own. So, we have the opportunity, I think, to review this. Oh, and it's on for final, but my personal assessment is that the changes are so important that it should be reconsidered for preliminary, which would mean renoticing. Do we want to look at it as a board and take a look and see whether or not my assessments are correct? Or would we like to see this back at the full board for both preliminary and final, please?
Mr. Chair, because I was, yeah,
Speaking
Mike,
of-
Mr. Chair, I think it needs to come back to the full board, because in reviewing the plans, there was no landscape plan. There were, so the package isn't, for me, isn't even complete and approvable. And that was the planners thing also pointed out that it should go back to the full board, because this isn't something, I don't even have a landscape plan to look at. So I also didn't see a grading plan. And I happen to know that there's going to be significant grading to do the driveway, and there's no landscape plan. And I asked for this a couple of hearings ago about what's going to happen with the grading of the driveway and how, there were a picture of some trees, but nothing about what was going to when the grading was done, there would be an impact to the landscape, and none of that was in this package. And so I think this whole thing needs to come back to the board, whatever, Mr. Chair, you would like to see, with all everything that we need. If you want final, then you need to come up with a landscape plan.
Okay, so do members of the board want to take a quick look at what the proposal is?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. Maybe we can at least give them some feedback at least so that they can come
PDF
back.
number is, you have this little partial section.
Well, I think they should just go through.
No, there was just that one thing, because I don't want this.
Sorry, what sheet are you looking for?
Where you have the partial plan and the partial elevation of the new basement.
Oh, A305.
Do you know the PDF number, please? Keep going, David, it's down.
Number 19.
That's not it. Maybe
Sorry,
next
number
to-
20.
Okay, so basically what this is, in the lower right-hand corner is the elevation, and to the left of that is the plan. And your full elevations don't show this.
Right.
Farther up in the sheet. So this is, it's kind of like they're querying us in a sense, but. And the FAR study, I thought, in my personal opinion, I know that I'm a little bit more conservative than other members oftentimes. I felt that we just barely got there at 135 before in the scene. I don't see justification in the FAR study. So I don't want to turn this into a full-blown hearing, I don't think, unless the board wants me to. Do we have any quick questions on this or anything?
So we have reviewed this, is that right? And then you added this basement piece.
This.
We've never seen this.
We've never seen this.
Okay, all right,
They've added stuff to
something that.
the
Not seen
whole
before.
basement. We've never seen this.
So even-
We've never seen this before,
Any of it,
any of it.
oh,
That's why I'm saying it needs to come back, on the regular agenda, because we've never, the board has never seen these changes.
Any questions, Chip, Elida, anybody?
No questions.
No question.
Do people believe it's proper to bring this back for?
Well, I feel that because it actually changes the FAR and the design, and usually the scope of the consent items is mainly to approve what already been seen in front of the full board. So because of that, just for the procedure, I like to bring it back.
To the full board, yeah.
And probably renotice it for preliminary.
I'm not sure it's necessarily for that. That's my opinion, but at least go back to the full board.
I think you have to.
Would you have the
to
planning
renotice it.
staff determine that data, please?
Sure.
Okay, and can we go up to the FAR calc, please? It's on the first sheet. And zoom right in on it, please. Where do you guys have this accounted for? Partially underground basement, is that it? Okay, so you have it in.
Yeah,
in
the
those
460
places.
square foot, yeah.
Okay, so if we take a quick look at that, what happens is that they are about 1,300 square feet above the allowance on the detached. Okay, so go back, chat with your client, they want to go forward with it, having heard the board. If you want to do this, at least for my vote, you got to show me that 147 is in the neighborhood, not just an example of it, but it's in the neighborhood. The neighborhood's at that level, which I don't think you can do, but please prove me wrong. And come back, chat with your planner and then have them put you back on. I personally believe for preliminary, but they will make that determination.
Okay, I just wanted to make a comment. It is partially underground with three sides being totally underground and just one item being exposed. 20 feet away, there is a 6-foot hedge, so it's not looking on.
We understand the justification that you will, the argument that you will make,
Mhm.
but this is a partially underground detached structure.
Correct.
And you have it correctly located in the FAR table, and therefore it's 147.
Okay, thank you.
And that's one of the reasons is that personally, I think I'm a little concerned about the FAR because it's definitely way exceeded what we would approve normally. And if you try to do some kind of basement or expose whatever that is, so you take some massing away from the building to bring it down to more in line with the overage. So I just feel the overage is definitely more than what we, at least, I don't think I have not approved anything that over that size, unless the whole neighborhood is 1.7, 1.5, 1.6. So that's.
And there are some neighborhoods where that's true down at the beach, for instance, there, that whole area down there, Fernald Point. What's the one?
Right Child Drive is one of them, and Edgecliff.
Edgecliff, those two are all are over. Okay, and so we're not trying to be draconian to restrict that there, but we are trying to maintain neighborhood compatibility. Okay, so thank you. See you in a meeting or two. Okay,
And come back, and when you come back, please bring a landscape plan, which I've been asking for the last 2 or 3 hearings. And it doesn't seem to come along here. We don't want to do that.
item number 1, conceptual review. Thank you, everybody. I do want to announce that item number 4 has been continued, in case you're interested in that item. Item number 1, please. 664 Oak Grove. Are you guys online?
No.
Hybrid, there you go. Okay,
An hybrid.
if you speak, make sure, yeah, very
Can you
good.
hear
So,
me now?
Dylan, are you here? No, we did an informal drive-by on this.
I'm here.
Yes, thank you. We had, they have a presentation. Let's go to that presentation. I don't think it's this. I think it's another one where they went through, no. No, it's a separate file. Don't you guys have the presentation that goes through each one of our comments? Okay, maybe not. So please go ahead and I'm mixing you up with somebody. Okay, so Dylan, excuse me, please go ahead.
Okay, you want us to present? Okay. So if you guys, the history, just a quick history on this. a couple years ago, we were proposing a brand new 2-story tear down and rebuild at this property. We story pulled it. You guys all came out for a site visit. We met with the neighbors, and there were some concerns about the size of it and shifting it. Since then, the last time we came back, we're now just doing the most extensive remodel we can do with staying under the substantial conformity. At the last meeting, the majority of all the architectural comments were just positive. There were some questions about what the landscape paving was in certain areas, and we've done a bunch of diagrams, and Stacy's going to go through that with you. Can you go to the next page? This is the site. Picture 13 is the front of the house. Picture 8, and we can reference it if you need any of this to jog your memory. The pictures on the bottom are of the backyard. There you go. Can you go to the next page? Here's the overall site plan. It's on Oak Grove Drive. There's an existing double driveway coming in. And then you can see the house is there in the middle. We're just remodeling and expanding that footprint. Next slide, please. You can keep going through the civil stuff if you want to go to the site plan. Right there. So you can see in the middle here, the white is the existing house footprint. And then we have an addition that are on the left and right side at the top. And then in the middle, there's an addition on the right, and on the bottom left is the garage. There is also the pool in the backyard. Probably the main architectural difference is you can see at the bottom left of the pool, there is a detached patio cover right there. On our previous submittal, that patio cover was attached to the existing roof of the house. And then it was brought to our attention, the detached patio has a maximum height above existing grade of 16 feet. So the roof height is higher than that, so we detached it and lowered it. Next slide, please. Existing floor plan. Next slide. This is the proposed floor plan. I don't think anything's really changed besides maybe a few window adjustments or something from the previous time you saw this, and the detached covered patio on the bottom right. Next slide. Just the roof plan. You can keep going. And then the elevations. This is the north elevation at the top. This is the west elevation that faces the street, although from your site visit, the house is down a bit and back away from the street. We are proposing a new fence at the front and entry gates, which we were proposing in the last meeting as well, and that'll be covered more in landscape. Next page, please. The south elevation here, you can see how the patio cover is now detached and stepped down. And next slide. Just some conceptual sections. If you have any questions on this stuff, and then at this point, I would let Stacy take over, who I believe is in person there, and she can run you guys through all your questions and the hardscape diagrams that she's provided.
Stacy, make sure your mic is turned on,
It's on.
and please identify yourself.
Stacy Isaac, landscape architect. So the plan has not changed much other than what Dylan just described. We are still coming in with a main access entry gates along the road and a setback 6-foot high maximum wall height for privacy, and we will be planting in front of that. I had proposed oaks, but Public Works just said no oaks. So I'll be switching that to a smaller native tree in the front to expand. There's already an existing oak canopy though below the wall. That's actually in great condition. We do have a raised deck entry for pedestrians coming through. It was requested that we study the grading, so we did provide a section, I believe, on the next sheet. And the consulting arborist has reported on it as well, next sheet. And next sheet, sorry, I don't know where the PDFs are. This is fire access, and you can see this has gone through fire. They've approved it, so they can come down either side. But we want to have a separate pedestrian entrance for drop off and exiting. Next sheet. Oh, there we are. Next sheet. There it is. So that is the area impacted by the grading in order to put in a wooden boardwalk entry. We would use some boulders for the grading, and that's the front entry wall as well, and just wood vertical on both the ingress and the egress, as well as the entry gate, which would be probably made out of steel, but kind of a Frank Lloyd Wright pattern going through. All planted in front of the wall and very natural tones and colors, just like the house. Next slide. Here is the study that we did though on, because hardscapes was a major comment coming from Claire last time. You can see the yellow up above. That is all of the existing hardscape now, as well as the numbers, and the existing roofs are done in purple and then green for the rest of the landscape. And then down below, we did an overlay. And as you can see, the house is pushing out over existing hardscape and astroturf for the most part. And we are actually reducing some of the hardscapes by getting rid of the hardscapes along the road, which is where everyone's parking currently. We'd prefer to have people park inside of the house and off the street. So we're moving the parking inside. And we just wanted to make sure. So it's just, you know, a single lane coming in and a single lane leaving, just in egress. But we wanted to make sure there's space to park a couple of cars inside and still get by them so that you can leave. We are leaving the well, it's all going to be chip sealed, by the way. And I think that was the confusion, because we use a lot of gravel otherwise for mulch. But we are keeping the asphalt that'll be chip sealed on the north side of the house for fire. And was approved by them. And you can, if you zoom in, you can see the numbers. They're on the right. And you can just go up a little so we can see the comparison. So yeah, we had 11,000, I think. Sorry, I can hardly see from here. 251 on hardscapes previously, and then the new hardscapes, I believe, are almost, we did the difference. We've taken out almost 2,000 square feet after the remodel. Of course, roofs are now impervious, and we did add a cistern. We are going to store 10,000 gallons on the lower right-hand corner. If you zoom up just a little bit, you can see the cistern. So we're taking all the roof water down to the lower right. If you zoom in. And storing on site for irrigation. And it will be screened, but none of the neighbors could see it anyway. It's at the very low point. The other, scroll down to the conceptual. There you go. Right there, you can see the tank. It had to be located. We also had the arborist comment on this as well for impact, and he said it should be fine with the oak tree that it's under. You can see where that line is. That's the no rise line, because this is the mudslide zone. So I can't put it, I would love to locate it on the other side. But currently they won't let us.
Are you done then?
I am finished.
Okay, Dylan, do you have anything more, or are you done also?
No, I think that concludes our presentation. Thank you, and we're here for any questions.
Robert, questions?
What is the height of this design compared to what was story polled and reviewed previously?
I can't give you an exact answer, but I want to say the other design was in the realm of 30 feet. And this is, I believe this is 19 feet.
Okay.
The other design, you know, we had to raise the finished floor 6 feet, and then it was a 2-story building on top of that. So it was substantially higher. So yeah, I mean, this being a single story, I think is a pretty drastic reduction from that previously proposed plan.
Okay. No more questions.
Questions, Claire?
You said in your proposal something about no oaks. Can you? That's my question.
We're still gonna, because we do have some impact, we are going to add 3 oaks for mitigation, but I can't have them in the public right of way. Public Works won't let me have them in the ROW in front of the wall.
Perfect. Okay, that explains, yeah.
Yeah.
I just heard you say no oaks and I went.
Oh,
I
no,
know
there's oaks for sure. We're keeping all of our oaks and we're adding oaks, but I can't have them up there.
Is that it,
Okay,
Claire?
that's the only question. Oh. You're all right, so I'll just-
Questions, Bill, please.
Was there a site section in there? I was just curious about the difference between the street elevation and the house.
Yeah, if you go up a couple of, mine gives on the deck study, gives you a good section of the difference. Go
What's
down a little
between
bit.
this, what would you say was different, the height difference between the street and the houses?
Gosh, it's almost like 20 feet.
Oh, was that high?
Yeah, it's significant. Yeah, there's the deck section.
Up a little bit?
Go up a little bit
Further, yeah.
further. There it is. So there's the street and well, the bottom of the deck, yeah, that's almost to the front level. Well, and then the house actually is down even lower than that bottom step on the deck.
Below
It
that.
continues across and then you can see it goes like 6 or 7 more steps, so another 3.5 feet lower.
Um,
So you don't really see, you can see the roof line from the elevation of the wall,
got it.
and that's it.
That's about it.
And we have a heavy forest of oaks
Okay.
existing right there.
The drive on the north side, it looked like from your fire map, you could probably, it looks like they're gonna stop at the driveway maybe?
We're
And
gonna-
then hose length out around to the side. So is that drive on the north really necessary?
I think having access to the back is a good idea. It's a very long lot for fire to get through. It's only 10 feet wide, it pinches down. It's currently existing. I mean, we could talk about letting it go, but when we presented it to fire,
Do they need a driving path? They wouldn't be
I can ask
driving
them.
on gravel. It'd be DG they could drive on, but not
it
gravel.
could be deep. No, I'm doing chip seal over the
Or
asphalt.
chip seal.
Yeah, I'm just gonna chip seal out what's existing there.
And I
So
think
it's
the
good.
main reason they wanted us to keep that was specifically for the accessory structure at the back of the property. I think that's what was driving.
And then the last question is the roof material, is that standing seam on the pitched roof? It's a very shallow pitch though,
We are proposing a standing seam metal roof. It is a very shallow pitch.
huh? All right, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Claire wants to add one more, please.
Yeah, it's just one question. In the minutes, it talks about eliminating one entrance. It looks like to me that is not happening. You're going to still have 2 entrances.
We'd like to keep it so that you can drive through the site, because otherwise.
I
it
understand what you,
expands.
but we, normally we have other ideas about that. So there's still going to be 2 entrances. And how far are the gates back from the road into the site?
The first one has to be, the entry gate is 30 feet back from the edge of road. And the egress gate coming out is 10 feet because it's a sliding gate to exit. and it's egress only. Okay. If we widened and did it as a single lane in and out, then we would have to provide a turnaround inside. And then also too, it would impact the oak trees that are existing because we would have to widen the drive for 2 cars to pass in and out.
Okay, clear?
Yes.
Questions, Chip?
I guess one of the comments had to do with the flood control. Has you, I'm not sure, did I hear anything about the flood control requirement?
Well, what they said was that they are as large as they can get, so they don't trigger flood control. That was the beginning of the presentation, correct, Dylan?
Correct.
What, can you tell me what do you mean by large enough? Is it you mean in terms of the rebuilding costs?
Yeah, so we've worked through and been approved by flood control. We are under the substantial conformity, which is it, you get the appraisal and then the cost of the remodel has to be less than 50% of the current value of the house.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to get at because and they approve it.
Yes, they did.
Okay, because we've seen this before, like it's almost like a new construction by the time you come in and there's nothing left of the existing house. So anyway, that was my question.
Elida, questions, please.
Did this project come before the board before I joined, John?
Yes.
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 Oh, there we go. So I'm so late to the party that I have no questions.
Can we go to the site plan, please, David?
Huh?
There's actually new and old. Yeah, you had them right. Dylan, do you know which page that is? The new site plan, the old, or the permeable. Permeable.
It's on the L 1.5 if you go down. Keep going. There
Right
it
there,
is.
okay, and I need to see the bottom diagram too. On the south side of this, you guys are putting in a brand new garage, which could be described as hugging the south property line. Have you studied a way to pull that garage farther north so that there's more breathing room between you and your neighbor to the south, please?
Not really. That hasn't come up until now. There is a pretty large, substantial existing hedge in that area. And what do I got here?
It's approximately a 20-foot high existing pittosporum hedge.
Well,
the
let's
south,
see what the
yeah.
how close the neighbor is.
The neighbor is approximately 33 feet from the property line, and our garage just it's on an angle, so at the tightest point it's a little over 10 feet from the property line.
Okay, while we're trying to get this loaded up, is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 1, 664 Oak Grove Drive, please? Okay, so there are none of that. You having trouble with your connection today?
Maybe he doesn't like the browser. I'll try it on Chrome.
Okay. So while he's doing that, do we have comments from Robert, please? We are on for further conceptual.
I like the architecture. I agree with Tip that it looks like a brand new house to me, but in my opinion, I'm not really thrilled about the new flood elevations and what that might do Oh. So. The garage is a little close. I understand the two entrances for fire, otherwise you would need a turnaround. So, that's about it.
So can I interpret that as you're basically okay with this project?
Yes, I am.
Claire, comments, please.
Here we go. Let's see. Let's try to figure out, okay. The only concern that I still have about is that the amount of paving that is going on in the front of this house. You know, I mean, I just don't, I don't see why we need to have that much paving, you know. And as everybody knows, it's kind of my pet thing these days. And I think that the design of that paving, you know, the layout of it, or how you do it, it could be, you know, you don't, I mean, you don't need that much paving. You still can drive through. You can still get out of the garage and drive through. And then you get up to the other side of the lot. I guess it's the north side of the lot. And then there's all that paving there that, in my opinion, doesn't need to be there. Because the fire department can go through and out and back. And so I'm still struggling with that. And now those are my concerns at this point, is the continued amount of hardscape, especially to the front of the house.
Comments, Bill, please.
Yeah, I like the house. I like the architecture style. I think that is fine. Proximity to the south border there with the garage, I think will be okay if in fact it's 20-foot this one. I think we'll be okay there. It's also sunken down. I don't know if the adjacent property is higher or lower than this one. I do agree with Claire on the front paving. I think there's a lot of walkway and entry and extra things going on. And if you could get a little extra buffer between the house and that road access on the fire side, it looks like there's a few little scrawny plants kind of put up against the building edge there on the north side of the house that maybe you could get a little more planting there if you have room to do it. You
Yeah.
know.
It's limited.
You know, make that as whatever minimum width you could to get the fire department to approve your access. That would be great. And any other pockets that you could place planting and greenery in the front would be great. So otherwise, I think it looks good.
Tip, comments, please.
You know, the way I look at this project is that, as I mentioned, it's definitely to me a brand new house, landscaping, and it's only called renovation in terms of getting through the system, which is fine. That's how everything works in life sometimes. So when I look at this, if it's a brand new project and if it's going in front of the board, 99% of the time, I'm sure that you probably only provide one entrance. You would never approve a brand new project like this with two entrances. And if it was a renovation, you keep the house, keep the way it is, you do a little thing, then that's existing, you should leave the way it is. And this is not the first time, it's the second or third time coming back with the idea, why would a fire truck need to drive to a site like this when the house was in front of the road? You don't design a house to have a 16-wheeler truck to pull to the driveway to fight the fire. I don't buy that at all. So my opinion is that I like the architecture. I think it's fine. And I problem with that. I think the garage might be closed, but it complies with zoning. It's a 1-story, it'd probably be fine. I just want to, as Claire mentioned, really reduce the paving, and I would like to see only one approach to the property, and that will help the neighborhood and make the site a little greener and make the house a little more discreet. So that's my comment.
Elida, please.
No comment.
I'm gonna tag on with both Tip and Claire. I think that there are ways to reduce that paving. I think that there are ways to I'm not, the architectural guidelines specifically say one driveway wherever possible. So that's not true here. I do understand the need to get down to the gym or whatever that is in the back. And so if there's a way for you to restudy this to bring the impact of the semi-rural, low intensity, residential character. And this is not too far from that project we had maybe 2 meetings ago where the fire department was not going to park on the street. And they will not park on the street here. They just won't do it.
Yeah.
So that would mean that they would have to come in and back out, and chances are they're not going to do that either. So I think what we need to do is to find a way to really downgrade the northern gate so that it's almost invisible. Color, materials, location on the property, how far back you can get it set, so that it's basically as invisible as possible, so it looks like Main Drive. But I believe, are there any other comments, please? And I'd also like you to try to see if you can get that. I see the sketch of the building to the south. If there's a way to pull that garage farther north, I think that from a site planning point of view and from a Montecito point of view, it would be better, even though I did hear 20-foot high hedge, I did hear that. So, and I think it should come back for preliminary at the full board. Is there anybody that disagrees with that?
No, I think that's accurate.
And Dylan, there is a specific provision in the zoning ordinance, non-shiny roofs. There are more shiny metal roofs and less shiny metal roofs. Please make sure you get one at the very low end of that and be prepared to show us, the specific, there's a number does anybody remember what that thing's called? What? It's not LRV. I can't remember. There's a reflectance value. Can you please make sure to get that included as well, so we know, okay?
Yep.
Okay, very good, thank you. Item number 2, 1671 San Leandro Lane. If I may summarize for some people, this came through and they did a remodel of the house. And during that remodel, there was a garage that was built without the benefit of permit. It's in the, where is it there? It is on the left-hand side, about 2/3 of the way, right there, that none of us was very excited about. They now want to put a brand new garage up in the setbacks. And to the best of my knowledge, it looks like they want to keep the existing garage. So Kevin, am I right in that's
Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, our intention would be to actually remove that existing carport, bring landscaping to that edge, because obviously we're looking at that new detached garage, which would be located on the north east part of the property. And that would be the intention. So we would do, actually, you can see that huge stone pine tree that's above the carport right now. That actually came down over the storms and it kind of did some damage. So that whole carport's got to go. And if we get approval to move forward with this new detached, we would be obviously completely removing that existing carport.
Okay, so with that, can you run through what we're doing? Please be very clear and specific about the setbacks, the front yard setbacks.
Yeah, sure. So we work very closely based on obviously the feedback we had from last year. We worked very closely with Kathleen Volpe on the planner. We did multiple site visits to understanding the setbacks. You can see here, this is the existing floor plan. A site plan. The intention would be, Kathleen felt like if we looked at a modification of the setbacks and pushing instead of the 50-foot setback, pushing that to 37. That would be 16'6" from the property line. That's the maximum we can go if you continue, and you can see that up on the north east part of the property line, just showing the dash line. The outside dash lines, inside dash lines represent the 50-foot setback, and then obviously we'd be pushing 13 foot forward to try and integrate a 585 square foot detached garage space in that space, where you can see that we have open without landscaping in that area. If you could move forward, there's an actual outline footprint of that, and the next sheet shows that in a little more detail. And actually, it might be good to go back to the photos, because it is the proximity to the actual. You can see from the photos, that's the corner. The upper left is the corner of Palmar and San Leandro. Below that actually is the site condition at the moment, where we've actually planted per our landscape approved plans. That's the ficus. So that's gonna grow beyond obviously the current highest point of that exterior wall being 6 foot. So you can kind of see it on the bottom left. That ficus is already starting to punctuate that 6 foot line. So our proposed garage of 10 feet in from existing grade will really disappear from the sight lines of both Palmar and San Leandro. So it's a modest structure. If we're going to go back to the floor plans, we keep going. Next. Yeah, you can see it just with the existing driveway, how it works. We're kind of this truncated floor plan kind of works for us as far as egress in and out. And we feel like that's the most concealed, modest structure we can create. Where obviously the existing structure, we would have alignment with the existing architectural language of the house, which, just as a reminder, fell under that historic Vienna secession landmark. And so we would be doing a very similar simple cornice detail and matching the stucco. And again, there's going to be landscaping all around this structure, so it really conceal itself in the bigger picture on both from the main building and from the both roads, if that makes sense. Right now, if you continue further down, it's just some basic showing the basic relationship and elevation to the main structure is in the backdrop of that. On that south elevation, again, we're just thinking of a simple at the bottom there, you can see the it may be just an etched glass language for the steel garage door, which would again match the kind of rigorous architectural alignment of the existing proportions on the main building itself. So it's a very simple structure. Obviously, we're showing it without the landscape around it, just showing it in its singularity and scale in proportion to the main building. So it sits below that, and we feel like that is the cleanest way we can move this project forward. So ultimately, we're looking for approval to kind of move the ball along, and yeah, open to questions.
Questions, Tip, please. Questions. Bill, please.
What is the actual plate height in the total height of the garage and the garage proposed?
At the highest point, it would be 10 feet.
10 feet, okay.
To the top of parapet. And
it's a parapet, and then you've got a slope.
Top of parapet, we'll slope it inside, just a single ply kind of roof membrane on the inside, and
that
slope
cornice is supposed to match the upper part of the cornice on the house. Is that-
exactly.
I mean, the banding looks very.
And it's just a really simple banding.
Mhm. Okay, and do you have photos of the existing house? Is there anything?
Well, it's under construction now, so that's the you're seeing the proposed, though it's falling under existing here, because we've already, if you remember us from about 3 years ago, we went through this process when we were doing the bigger remodel of this project, and the garage has always been a challenging part of the process, because the clients purchased a property thinking that the garage was actually permitted, the existing carport, and we found out later that it wasn't. So obviously this pushed a us all into this area of where do we actually get to locate this new detached system. And
So, and there is no other car parking on the site.
there is no other car parking site.
And you've looked at other locations?
Yeah, we've explored it. We said, I think, we met with Kathleen on site. We looked at all the options with the setbacks and really with the existing setup, this was really out of multiple different schemes. This seemed like the most viable, not only architecturally, economically, with regard to grade as well. So this was definitely our favored location.
Thank you. Thank you.
Questions, Claire?
No questions.
Questions, Elida?
There are landscape plans connected with the building of the main house and all of that, when you say 3 years ago, that's all started?
I haven't got the full landscape plans on this side. You can see on this, actually, if you go to the site plan, go back up to the main site plan of the, you get a sense of some of the landscape.
But were they all?
Actually, keep going. Yeah,
Were they all approved when you presented the last time?
Correct. We went through a whole process. It was, if you keep going actually to the main, keep going 2 more slides below the photos. Yeah, we were fully integrated along all property lines. We added the swimming pool, the big massive sort of lanai trellis system, incorporating the outdoor kitchen. So we went through a very lengthy exercise in this whole process before. So it's really, we're just specifically looking at the garage as an entity for this.
Are there any changes to the landscape?
There was not that I'm aware of, except for the tree the tree damage, the stone pine that came down over the storms. There was some damage, and they're obviously not reflected in the original plans. The trees that actually came down, well, the main stone pine tree that came down on site.
Okay, thank you.
Robert, questions, please.
I'm not too familiar with this project, but I'm assuming that, so this new garage is well into the setback?
Big time.
And
yeah, it is.
Is the process been started for?
Yes, we've already met with SDRC, and we've had a full review of everything, and obviously we've been working closely with the planner, and we can move things forward until we've got.
What would be the hardship of that you're making a case for versus trying to put it someplace else, like Bill was mentioning?
Well, it currently, when we looked at the architecture of trying to get it outside, that 50-foot setback, it architecturally landing it in front of the home. It really, even from a historic perspective of that elevation, we wanted to give breathing space to it. And with the way the setup was on site, it just proved really difficult to just land that garage structure in that entry area, where you can kind of see where the entry portal arch is in that area. So the 50-foot on both sides on each corner really in somewhat just made it very challenging to try and get any kind of square footage area through that. And we did go through that with the planner, and it was actually the planner that suggested that we could modify the setback and propose that.
So that, in effect, your hardship is it's a corner lot with 2 front setbacks.
Exactly. And you can kind of see where the dashed lines are on the inside. It just really, it's as much, for the architecture of the main building, because this was a remodel. We were very sensitive to the existing structure, the placement, so we didn't want to abut some type of garage to that main structure, and wanted to keep it as separate as possible.
No more questions.
Okay, so there's a carport in the upper portion of this drawing. What is that white space directly to the left of that existing carport, please?
That's just currently lawn space.
And why could that not be used for the carport?
Well, you can actually see the 50-foot setback line. That would have.
And then you would only be modifying 1 setback, not 2.
in some respect, the pool structure is already in place, the engineering, they're digging. So if you can imagine putting even, anything close to 500 square feet in that inside area, the whole project, the whole back would have had to be redesigned.
So where's the pool structure, please? Is that?
Well, you can see the pool coming out of the rear. So if you see the 50
do.
foot, and then there's where the seating is, where you've got your infrastructure, where you've got retaining walls in that area. You've got all your mechanical systems for the pool in that building, in that smaller building to the left there. So in reality, if we had that full white gap to be able to play with that and develop inside that, there was also in our previous meetings, there was some objection to opening out onto Polmar that close. That was one of the feedback comments we got actually previously, because the carport was right adjacent. It was only 3 foot off the property line, and that the idea of turning out directly into Polmar was somewhat frowned upon when we had that previous discussion last August.
But if the new carport was pushed up against, not the chairs, of course, there's some kind of landscape area. But if it was just, it looks like there's a wall. If it was right there, it would be, why couldn't it be right there? Then the objection of pulling out onto Pomar would go away, probably. Why couldn't it, please?
Yeah, we honestly did look at it, but as far as just the setting up a whole new driveway and element by going through the path is far more economical, because the driveways are already in place, the infrastructures are already in place. We don't have to grade at all. So the accessibility, even from where you see those cars parked, is directly outside the home. And both the planner and the clients were far more receptive of getting it closer to the home in that respect, on that entry part of the home.
Kimberly.
Yes,
Coastal zone, right?
correct.
No covered parking required, right?
That is correct.
So there's, from a technical zoning, whatever, they're not required to build anything, correct?
That is correct. They must provide 2 parking spaces outside of the required front and side yard setbacks.
So I don't know if you've reviewed this plan, but in looking at this, there's what I would personally consider to be a heck of a lot of hardscape or driveway in the front of this building. As they reorganize that, couldn't they get that going on here? Because there's 2 cars now where they're shown, where they are not in the, where they do not succeed in being outside the setback. But if they pulled up next to, I don't know what the heck that thing is, above the dining room. I don't know if that's a kitchen or whatever up there, but they could park up there and be good, right?
If that's a question for me, yes.
Yes.
Very brief look at the site plan. It seems to indicate that there are adequate areas outside of the 50-foot front yard setback for 2 uncovered parking spaces.
Okay, now I'd like to propose something, another series of questions. It appears that this property is composed of 2 separate legal lots. Is that correct, please? Kevin?
This is its own lot, but there is a lot next door, which the clients also own. You can see the actual entry from San Leandro actually is in the lot, the next door lot.
Have you explored the option of eliminating that property line and
there's just the clients don't want to pursue that. The legal process of going through that is something they were comfortable with having 2 separate to have that property line in place and not integrate those 2 lots. That was something they did not want to do.
Okay, thank you. Public comment. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 2, 1671 San Leandro Lane, please?
I'm not seeing any hands raised.
Okay, comments, back, Tip. We are on for concept. They've got a modification request going on, so that's sort of where we're at.
David, can you go back to the site plan, the new site plan?
Actually keep going further.
The proposed site plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, right there.
Okay, so I just think the front is quite messy with the amount of paving, the new garage, the setback, and normally which would try to accommodate the applicants if you have a very tight site and unavoidable situation. In this case here, I would really want to suggest that the applicant to come back and re-study a way to add the garage if they like to and stay out the setback. But I think by looking at this, I believe that there are options that you can do it. It's it's not as generous as what you have now, way in, way out, parking to the left, parking to the right. But I think if you relay out the space, it might turn out better than what you have currently. Thank you.
Comments, Bill, please.
I tend to agree with Tip a little bit. I'm not necessarily sure that the garage in that location is doing justice to the building either, because it's kind of a big piece sitting in the front yard there. And it'd be nice if there was a way to get, if you had to ask for a modification for one setback, but not both. So, if there was a place to get it up, and I know you said Pomar wasn't the street, but maybe if you can get it back enough and off of Pomar there, maybe that's the spot to do it. It just, I'm not sure that I'm comfortable with its current location and the configuration you're having to take to make it fit, and it just seems a little bit awkward and tight. So those are my thoughts. Thanks.
That's the existing carport. Claire, comments, please. Claire has no comments.
Yeah, I have no comment.
Elida, comments, please.
I just don't find that the entry is particularly welcoming. It's a lot of hardscape and not as much landscape, except on the right side of this drawing. I could just see it be warmed up some as an entrance. That's all.
Robert, please, comments.
I'm still somewhat confused. This drawing doesn't show the 50-foot setbacks that we're looking at right now. Or what are those dark lines?
Those dark lines are the new, basically modification to the set.
Okay, all right.
Pushing in, which are pushing in 13 feet forward.
All right, so it is within, and I agree, it is messy, and I'm not particularly fond of the architecture. Everything is rectilinear on the old historic building, and here we have this odd angle, and just the whole layout seems forced to me and not very comfortable. I would like to see you try a couple other options for us. That's my comment.
I agree with my board members. To me, I have not been out to the site since we went on out for the carport. But it sure looks to me that area down by the pool that I was describing earlier, I'm a strong believer in the KISS theory of architecture. Keep it simple, stupid. And this just does not seem simple. It doesn't seem obvious. So I will not vote for this breaking into two setbacks. I don't see any reason on earth we should do that. I think that there are other alternatives, not the least of which is no structure whatsoever. You're legally permitted to not have any covered parking. I do understand that most owners want covered parking, so I'm not opposed to it, but I think it's got to work out really well. One alternative might be in the area that I was just talking about at the pool. The second one could be to build a garage, although I'm not sure this is legal. Kimberly, accessory building without a primary building, that's not legal, right?
That is correct.
Yeah, okay. So you can't build the garage on the separate parcel without.
Can I possibly ask the board whether the response to Polmar, that if we were to look at that area next to the pool, would there be the potential for approving on Polmar? Because that's something that was stated previously, and I just want to make sure if we're going down this path again,
Yeah.
that it would be receptive to have that garage on Polmar inside that area.
The problem, I think, was this short distance and then getting back and turning there. If you're down here, and if that's the distance for a legal garage, I don't know if it is or not, but that means you're about here. You can then start your turning way before
Yep.
you get to Pomar. The problem was Pomar is relatively narrow. I don't know if it's 16 feet or wider, but it's a narrow road at that point. Yeah, so I would definitely take a look at that. Throw a turning radius on there, and make sure that you can get turned out, and then get rid. I don't know, there it is. Get rid of that thing, you know? So, you know, there may be an alternative too of. Anyway, so that's what I would recommend. Therefore, you have, if you must have covered parking, I understand why people want it. That would be asking us to modify one setback in the back of the property, not on a very important. San Leandro is used all the time by many, many people here in the community. And to have this thing jammed up there, I just don't see it. So anyway, that's where I am coming from.
Okay.
Anything else, please? Sir, Kevin?
That's it. Thank you all for your time. I appreciate
And
it.
thank you very much. Good luck with that. Okay, item number 3, 665 Juan Crespi Lane.
Are we recommending that he come back for further conceptual?
Further conceptual,
Okay,
yeah,
thank
we're
you.
nowhere near preliminary on this.
No,
one.
I understand.
Just-
I just wanted to
just to-
clarify with every planner. that that's
Just,
what we're
just
doing.
a note too, the FAR was at 137 too, right? FAR, we didn't even get into that, so
Well,
anyway. A FAR study would be good.
Kevin, are you still with us? Okay,
Anyway,
okay, so, sir,
Yes, sir.
are you here, Douglas Harwood?
No, I.
Okay, could you turn on the mic and introduce yourself to this? No, you,
flip that switch.
it's a little silver switch. There you go.
So I'm now.
I don't know, just a red.
How
light.
about now?
Yes,
All
and
right.
speak loudly, sit down,
Okay.
enjoy yourself.
Thank you.
Please introduce yourself now that you are.
My name is Martin Tate. My wife Jane sitting over to my left, and I own Juan Crespi. I believe Doug Harwood was going to be on a Zoom.
David, you see? Hang on one second. We have a comment letter too that's going to need to get read in.
And
So you're the owner.
I'm the owner.
Your architect is he online or not?
Yes,
Well,
he's-
he should be.
Yes, I'm online.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Would you like the architect to propose, to present this?
He doesn't have to. I'll be happy to do it. And then he can just go ahead and add to whatever he feels that it should be added to. And if you have questions for him, go ahead. But yeah, the existing house is just a ranch style 1957 and 1959 house that needs help, in my opinion. But what we're proposing to do is take the garage and the existing garage and utilize that same space for a hobby room and perhaps some gym equipment in there as well. And then construct a new detached 3-car garage at the end of a paved driveway that's there to your left. If you're looking at the garage picture right now, to your left side of that picture would be the new garage. And there should be a site plan. There you go. So the existing garage will be converted to a gym and hobby area. The new garage will be as shown. And I don't know what other questions I should be able to answer for you.
Well, we
but
can ask them and you can go.
That's,
Is
that's
that okay?
fine. Absolutely, yes.
Okay, so questions, Claire, please.
The new garage looks from this drawing like there is going to need to be some grading or something happening because of the topo right there. So is it dug in or?
No, it's gonna be, we're gonna have to construct a wall straight down. That'll be basically a retaining wall for the garage slab area. And that'll be integrated into the foundation, excuse me, the outside perimeter of the foundation. So it'll transition down the hill. It's gonna probably go down about 4 to 5 feet at this highest point. So you'll have that much exposure of concrete down below the bottom plate of the wall.
And I can't tell from the drawing, but my question is that in the side yard setback? And
Not at all. There's a triangle that's defined there. We actually own the property to the other side of that fence line. So our property goes over, just approximating, I'd say probably about another 30 feet to the property line in the back of the garage. If you were to take a straight line out from the back line of the garage, extend it out to what appears to be the hypotenuse of the triangle, then that distance is about 30 feet.
So are you saying that this,
Yes,
that is your property?
that
line?
is our property. Yes, the
okay,
neighbor,
fine.
yeah, the neighbor has an easement onto it and they kind of finagled that illegally, which we're contending with right now.
Okay,
but-
so is this a legal property line
No.
right here?
That is just a fence line. That's all that is. That is not the legal property line.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Claire, any other questions?
No, no other questions.
Robert's questions, please.
Is the building in the upper right an ADU? Is that-
Future.
It is yes, it's an ADU. It's been in the works for probably about a year in plan check. And we don't even know at this point if we're gonna do it, but we're gonna proceed with attempting to get the plan. But it was originally being thought of as a place where my wife and I could live during the process of remodeling this house, but I think the house may go before the ADU is ever approved.
Okay,
And
thank you.
Bill, questions, please.
I didn't see an FAR calculation. You haven't done that yet?
Yes, he has.
Oh, there's
Yeah,
Okay, so
0%.
can you go up to the top left where the area of the property is?
Lot.
So it says size of lot, gross acres, not square feet.
well, it's supposed to be square feet. It's a 43,720
If you
square foot
enter,
lot.
but what that,
1 point something square. feet
Well,
Or
yeah,
acres.
if you enter, this is supposed to be given in gross acres. So
one,
if this is 1 point something, all of a
yes.
sudden the rest of the table makes sense.
Okay, Doug, did you hear that?
Okay.
I don't know if Doug's still there or not.
Yeah, okay, so come
But
back
yeah.
with that information.
Yes,
It's below the FAR.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, it's
All right. And I think Kimberly, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I think the setback between the garage and the main residence, does it have to be 10 feet?
Yep.
So
I believe in Montecito, you are correct that there's a 10-foot criteria for setbacks between residential structures and other accessory structures.
that garage
I'd
is-
have to look the code
Oh,
at the,
15 feet.
Kim, I'm sorry, I couldn't understand what you just said.
What
That
you
needs to
just
be-
said was 10 feet.
Oh, between the house and the garage?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, my understanding, talking to the fire district, was that it would be okay to reduce it down, but we have to sprinkle the garage.
There's
I think it says,
multiple layers of laws.
Okay,
The land use law says 10 feet.
okay. Or we could attach.
Or you
Yeah.
could attach
it. So can we attach it with a breezeway roof line?
exterior.
Common wall.
Common wall? Okay.
What's your roof material? That, the new
Well,
garage is gonna
yeah,
match
we-
the existing?
Yeah, there should be something there, but we were
Okay.
looking at two different types of roof. What's on there is a really ugly old concrete synthetic S-tile that looks terrible. And so what we're planning to do is use it's a Da Vinci slate, or we'll do standing seam. And if we did the standing seam, then we would go with a gray tone to kind of look like the Da Vinci slate material. That more than likely it will be the Da Vinci.
I think that was it. Thank you.
Chip, please, questions.
Can we see the elevation for the new garage?
Sure, it's just go back, there you go. That's the new elevation for the garage.
And you said that one side will be much lower than the other side?
I'm sorry.
Well,
No,
because
the
the ground,
dirt level it descends down the.
yeah, so. that
So on the
means
left-hand side, if you're looking at the three garage door picture, the detached south elevation, on the left-hand side,
So
that'll go
the-
from a 0 point where it's right on the ground. It'll descend down to probably about 4 to 5 feet of elevation change.
So does that mean the west elevation will be
It'll be on
4 feet
grade.
taller?
The west elevation, yes, the west elevation will have a descending foundation from the 0 point. It really starts about at the back of the stone feature on the corner there.
Yeah, just bring it up so you can have the design team to update it, to make sure the drawing drawn accurately, because I think it's as we see on the site plan, the west is cantilever over the slope.
It's
So
not
you-
cantilevered over the
Yeah,
slope.
but you
no.
have a foundation go about 3 or
No,
4 feet down.
no, it's not cantilevered at all.
Yeah, right, right.
It's
Not
just-
let me tell you about,
it's
not
descending
cantilever,
grade.
but you have a foundation wall
Yeah.
that go down 3 or 4
It's on a
feet.
descending grade.
Exactly, so
Yes.
so the ground sloping.
Yes, there's a downslope there.
Okay, so the
Yes.
drawing had to be reflected. a
Okay,
comment.
fair enough. Yes.
And what the plate height?
The plate height is, you know what, I can't read that from here.
9
without
feet.
glasses. So what, I don't know what it says.
What's
I think it says
9 feet.
9 or 10 feet, but I'm not quite sure. So can you,
And can I see the main house again?
oh, it looks like it's 9 feet.
9.
Eight.
Nine, eight's the window line. 9 is the plate line.
Okay,
And can we see the main house elevation? So it's the same vernacular.
Yeah, it's the same as the main house.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you.
can we go to the site plan, please, David?
And then we're, just so you know, Claire, this is specific for you. We're not gonna re-landscape the place. We're keeping the landscaping as is.
So I don't have to say.
One of the things we do try to do is to minimize the amount of paving. If you took that structure and moved it up here and attached it, wouldn't we be able to save a significant amount of?
Oh, that's existing. That's we're not changing that at all. It's already there. If you go back to the photos of the existing site, you can actually
Because
see,
you enter in this way.
correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you look at,
Very good.
right
Thank-
there.
Thank you.
you're welcome.
We have a comment letter, please, David. Okay. So this person lives directly to the west.
They do.
And as you may have been notified, we visited the county planning to get a better understanding of the project. We were only able to get the concept proposal on the computer screen. Based on what we were able to see, it appears that the currently proposed concept includes a new detached 800 square foot garage that is placed next to our residence and property. We would like to voice a few concerns that we have at this stage and would like the MBAR to consider these issues as part of their deliberations. We did not see a survey included with the conceptual plans. As a consequence, it isn't made clear in the conceptual plans that the location of the proposed three-car garage is 12.5 feet immediately upslope from our residence and backyard. As proposed, the new 800 square foot garage is placed on the edge of the hillside, and despite trees and other vegetation, will be very visible to us. In addition to the size of the garage, this location, the plans include a window that faces our residence and backyard. All of these create concerns for both view lines and our privacy. We're also very concerned about drainage issues as a result of the proposed placement of the garage, because our property is immediately downslope and we are already susceptible to runoff and other drainage from the subject property, and have had to place sandbags in the past to redirect water. The proposed garage increases the hardscape directly upslope and adds 800 square feet of roofing. All of this will significantly intensify the amount of runoff when it rains. We would like to make sure that the plans going forward adequately address the need to keep runoff drainage within the subject property and not add to any flow onto ours. Thank you for communicating. Thank you for communicating our initial concerns to MBAR, and please notify us of all subsequent meetings regarding this project. Okay, is there anyone else that would like to address the board on item number 3, 665 San Juan Crespi Lane, please?
It's just Juan Crispy. It's not
Juan-
San Juan.
Excuse me, Juan
Okay.
Crespi Lane. Anybody, please? Okay,
And may I ask one thing? Is it possible for us to get a copy of that letter?
It's posted online.
Pardon me?
It's posted online.
Oh, it's posted online? Okay, great. Thank you.
okay. So comments, we are on today for concept, very first time we've heard this. Claire, please.
Well, given the comment letter and ongoingly, my personal concern is that I don't think we have a fully developed plan yet. You
We
know,
don't.
I mean, see what we see, yeah, right there. You know,
Yes.
so for me to review the project, there's things missing, you know, on the plan, and that's up to your architect or your builder, whoever Doug Hardwood is that actually let's get a fully developed plan here so
Well-
that I can actually see what's going on. And normally when in the past, what we ask is that you put on the plan where the two neighbors are off-site, you know, where are, you know, because that now, given that letter, I have a real concern about what's going on there. And as you've now pointed out, there's an easement there, so your property line is over there. So the person who's writing that letter is further away from your proposal of the garage. You know, so it's just for me missing information in the drawings so that I have a complete picture of what's going on in the neighborhood and where the garage is, you know, it's way far away from what I can tell from the neighbor, other than going onto Google Earth or another map program.
yeah,
I could actually look it on, you know, so that's kind of, those are the comments that
And
I
were there
have.
not, were there in response to that?
Mr. Chair, this is a point of order. We're in comments. I believe that the board should be able to finish their comments. This is not intended to be a back and forth. conversation.
Oh, well, I was just gonna say, well, maybe we've missed some of the pictures from earlier presentation. that
You
would show-
need,
I
the
know, but
comment,
the-
the comment was
Yeah.
more complete and accurate drawings, please. That's the comment.
That's the comment I was making.
Okay,
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
Robert, comments, please?
No, I would just echo what Claire said. I'd really like to see where this neighbor's house is. And on this plan. You know, because they're saying 12 feet or something, and that doesn't seem
12 feet vertically.
okay. Well, the footprint would be something I think we all want to see. That's my comment.
Bill, comments, please?
Yeah, no, I agree. I think a little more information, then I would say, you know, move your building so you got your 10-foot or attach it. Show the correct elevations as Tip brought up on the elevations. You know, what is the grade doing actually there in terms of the grade at the corner? I would encourage planting or screening or whatever you have existing on that side too, which I'm sure Claire's going to want to know. How are you screening that garage from the neighbor? Also show the neighbor's structures. And think a little bit about grading and drainage. You know, we have to deal with that at some point with the county. And also identify any roads or access easements or what have you. You know, is there a driveway running up past there? We just don't have enough information. So if you can provide that, that'd be great.
so
Thank
I
you.
need to ask you, I know that this is probably out of character, but in light of what you're suggesting, are you saying like a Google Earth picture would help you on this to show the?
No, I think,
What would help would be a survey or something of that nature.
That is an actual survey, but yeah, we have a licensed surveyor that actually did.
Google's fine. You can also go to the
Okay.
flood department. They have topo maps
Where's
that
the
show
survey?
where the map of the neighbors'
Okay,
properties are. So either one of those, your architect should be able to do that for you.
okay.
Great,
That's fine.
thanks.
Tip, what, question, excuse me, comments, please?
Yeah, you know, actually, it's a good idea that we look at the Google map because I'm kind of looking at the Google map here. And it's interesting because on the Google map, the neighbor's house is literally right next on the property line. So David, can you bring up the Google map?
We can try it again. It
you
wasn't
could
working
try-
earlier.
you could-
Well, based on my own Google map, the next door neighbors is literally
Sorry, for some reason it's still not
Okay,
working here.
so,
back to my, I'm about to finish my comments. So based on what I've seen on the Google map, it seemed like the neighbor's house is built in the triangle.
That's
Uh,
correct.
Yeah, so you know, it's not like it's a vacant piece of land. It's so that's why it's a little bit confusing. Just look at this, a little misleading.
Well-
So we like to come back and if you can,
it's our turn now, okay?
if
Well,
you
If
can
you're
come
gonna
back.
Suggest something, it seems like the intent is to have a discussion.
No,
Sir, it's not.
Oh.
Not
Oh,
this one.
really? Okay, well, gee, that's not so enlightening.
so,
So I would like to, if you can come back, the architect, come back with the site plan, show the next door properties on both sides, so we can see a little better, because it definitely looks much closer on the Google map than what it's shown. Thank you.
Okay.
You know, I don't have a problem with the garage, you know, I just want to make sure that we have a big picture so we can look at it carefully.
a lighter, please.
I'll agree with my colleagues. It also seems that the garage is up at a different elevation than perhaps given the grade that the house is. So perhaps your neighbor's looking up at your garage and that might be troublesome. I think all in all, it appeared at first to be a very simple garage, but in fact, I think it has a lot of elements that we need to understand a little better before we can approve.
And I concur with my fellow members. I would suggest that you connect the garage. And I would, if you're gonna re-roof anyway, and also from my personal point of view, bring it down to Juan Crespi towards that, eliminate some of that hardscape. And so that there's less water being transferred to neighbors. So we will see you back here I think the bottom line is far more complete and accurate drawings.
Well, I think the bottom line here is that I need to understand what you're asking for. And so when I ask a question, it's not to harass you, it's to understand what you're asking for. And at this point, what your comments have been, in my opinion, is vague. So the fact is the neighbor is built onto the corner of our property, illegal. And they do sit at a lower elevation than we do. The garage is on plane with the garage. There's no deviation in grade between our house and the garage in elevation. So I have no problem giving you whatever you want, but you know, we need to be clear about what you're asking for.
But we're asking for complete drawings.
That's
is what
fine,
I'm
thank you.
asking.
Is Mr. Harwood still online?
Yes, I am.
Do you understand what the board is asking?
Yeah, basically you want to see the neighbors' locations in relation to the house. That's probably the biggest thing. And then updated drawings with the slope shown on that garage elevation. I do want to state though that the intention of this was a preliminary review, right? So I have met the requirements that was asked for me. So I have no problem with adding detail and information. But just remember, this was a preliminary review. That's why maybe some of the things that you asked for are not there.
Okay, thank you. Please get that completed information. I see that you have no planner assigned, at least as of when this agenda was made. You will not be able to come back until you have a planner assigned, so please do that. Kimberly, maybe you could work with the applicant, with that planner to show examples of things that we're looking for so that they have a good idea of where we're going. Is that okay, Kimberly?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Okay, item number four has been continued. Item number 5, Tom, please. Hey, Tiff, if you want to have that, I think it's great, but can you do it outside, please? Thank you. Okay, Tom.
Hi, I'm Tom Henson from Becker Henson Mixed Architects. This house was built around 2000, which is right after I started working for Peter Becker. Peter Becker designed it. And the current owners love the house, except the kitchen is too small, too dark, and too cut off from the usable backyard to the west and to the nice ocean and garden views to the south. So we're maybe go to the next. It's just a classic Spanish house, white stucco, dark green windows, reclaimed Spanish tile roof, and we're keeping all that with the proposed remodel. It's mostly an interior kitchen remodel. And we're adding a Spanish oriel window facing south to make more use of views and let more light in the kitchen. And we're proposing to add bigger steel glass doors facing west and extending the existing patio to the south about 15 feet. So there's a connection from the kitchen to the patio on the west. So continue, please. That's the existing floor plan. There's a very small pantry for food and no butler's pantry. And the only connection from the kitchen to the backyard is that pair of French doors and the stoop with the 3 steps down to a lawn. Next slide. We're proposing to, we're converting the hallway to a butler's pantry for dish storage. And we're extending the existing pantry to the north east corner of the kitchen, and then proposing to add the Spanish oriel cantilevered window facing south to the little sitting area on the south side of the kitchen. And then again, the doors on the west side or the left side are steel and glass doors to open up to an extended patio. So there's a better connection from the kitchen to the backyard and from the kitchen to the view of the south. Next slide. Nothing's changing upstairs. Next slide. The oriel is getting maybe a 2-foot flip up roof on the south, and that's the only change there. Next slide. Slight changes. You can see the oriel window on the left side. And we're making the two windows equal in the kitchen on the left side. Next image. This is the south. The upper image is the existing, it looks like fixed French doors, but it's a big window, and that's where we're proposing the slide below the oriel window, stained wood, like you see all over town. And then on the right side, the upper right image is the existing wall. The French doors on the right are actually from like the family room, and there's not much of a connection from the kitchen to the patio. And below is the proposed new steel and glass door out to a patio from the kitchen. Next slide. These are details for the bay or oriel. And we're a couple new outdoor light fixtures. We're matching existing finishes, colors, everything. The idea is to make it look like that's what was on the house from the beginning. Next slide. Just a few more details. We're matching the deep walls. Windows will be made by the same people. There's no landscaping involved. It's pretty much all an interior remodel, other than the 2-foot bay window where we're adding on the south, which is cantilevered. And that's the presentation.
Thank you. We are on for concept, preliminary, and final. And questions. Do we need to go through this, or can I express this one through?
I think you can express it through. I got my note says, looks good.
Yeah.
So I don't really have anything more to say.
Claire, they're south of Mountain Drive. He is not in Hillside, right?
That's correct. Where he is very close to the projects that go down that road to Tip's house. Over there, it's over.
You're not in the Hillside District. When you check that as no, your allowable areas on the FAR workshop sheet are going to jump way up. Let's get it correctly shown.
Okay.
Okay. So do I have public comment? Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 5, 1031 East Mountain Drive, please?
I don't see any hands raised for this item.
Okay, do I have a motion for both preliminary and final as submitted, please?
I did have a quick question. No landscape changes, Tom? You're
Right,
not
no
changing-
landscape
okay. Well, I make a motion to give it conceptual, preliminary, and final. Is that what we're on for?
Yeah.
Approval as submitted.
And I'll second that because I did drive by this house earlier in the day.
Okay.
So
Any further discussion, please? Okay, all those in favor, please? Aye. All those opposed? Thank you, Tom.
Thank
If
you.
you correct that, it's good. Okay, item number 6 is, okay,
that's
okay, is Westmont College. I do have a conflict. Dave normally would do it because he's vice chair. So I'm gonna ask Greg to take it.
Okay, I'll take this over. We're on item 6, Westmont Martin Institute, 909 La Paz Road. We have the applicant here. Introduce yourselves and give us your presentation. Is anybody online for this or just you?
No, right here. There's the architect.
Everybody's
here.
Okay, very good.
There's the applicant right there. There's Randy right there and the architect.
There's everybody.
We got, yeah, that's Westmont.
It's the team.
Right there.
Okay, right there. All right, thanks. Go
It's
ahead.
my neighbors.
Okay, go ahead.
Acting Chair, members of the board, thank you for being here. I'm Ken Radke from Blackbird Architects.
Randy Jones from Westmont College.
Ray Twyford from Blackbird.
Thanks for being here. This is on Westmont College campus, replacing an aging small house with one-story academic, cultural, and Christian institute. In essence, a kind of a classroom retreat building. No one can read this here, but the proposed FAR is 78% of the allowable, and kind of as an overview, the property belongs to the overarching Westmont College master plan and CUP, so it's part of the college, even though it's a small separate parcel. So we're proposing to take out, I think it's about a 1,400 square foot house and patio, and replace it with a 3,500 square foot one-story building with some courtyards. And maybe we can just carry on to the next. Here we go. This is the existing situation on the survey there. You can see this house and its patio there to the left. On the right, you'll see this sort of oval shaped entry drive turnaround that we're actually proposing to sort of remove / minimize, replace. And below that, running left to right, is an access drive that needs to remain for the college's fire access. Next. This is further survey information. And on the right angling there, you can see La Paz Drive, which is kind of verging on the private drive, but
That is a private road.
So the property address is 909.
Is it this area right here?
Yes.
Yeah.
These photos, I think, are a bit helpful, including, like, you might go to this one, you might zoom in on this overview, which gives you a little context. So here's here's the house proposed to be replaced. This is an existing neighbor house, and here is an existing dorm, fairly existing dorm. And then the whole of the campus proper is off to the left. And here you can see the pause kind of sweeping by at an angle. And there are photos of the site. I think in the interest of your time, we might come back to those if you need them later. It's set in a really, just in amongst a bunch of really wonderful trees. And we can keep going to the next. Next. This A1.2, that one is a good plan to look at. This is the site plan. So you can see the pause going by over here, this private drive, and with the just basically keeping the existing driveway. And you can see underneath, here's that oval loop that's being replaced. So that pavement will be removed and just replaced with a little entry courtyard. And this little parking here could be permeable paving, and it just essentially butts onto the existing drive here. And then we're proposing to have this replacement building come here and abut this drive that comes along. Kimberly's here now. We're worried.
She doesn't come out for everybody, that's for sure.
You can see there's a kind of this entry plaza here, which is sort of a pedestrian zone, and then let's call it a kind of a formal entry here to these spaces, and then the rest of the campus being off to the left, to the west. There would be lots of students and faculty and staff arriving by foot from the rest of the campus to this informal side over here. I think we could go to the next. This gives you a closer up view, so you can see classrooms, restrooms, gathering space, a big, large.
Excuse me,
and some
can I
offices.
interrupt you real quick?
Sure.
Yeah, can you move on to the elevations? Because I mean, that's, we probably want to look at. Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you.
great.
That'd be perfect.
Yep, these are model outtakes, and you can see the views from the west, or from the east, sorry, from the sort of formal entry side, and we could, the palette is plaster, bronze windows, bronze color windows, standing seam metal on the sloping roofs, and there's a little bit of a flat roof that would be built up. As you go to the next. This is what it looks like to the west. You can see the sort of covered outdoor space here and informal arrival, covered outdoor space there, informal arrival. All of plaster with some stone accent. Next. Here you can see that the terrain slopes gently from east to west towards the college, which is off to the left, and slightly sloping north to south as you look at it there. And right there would be our highest spot in relation to above finished floor of 18'6" at that spot, which puts this spot above the existing grade out on this end at something like 24 feet above the existing grade, depending on exactly where you measure that spot. Next. This is really the west elevation. That's the high spot in relation to existing grade. This is the north elevation, which stretches out along running east-west, and that's the quiet side. Next. Site section, you can see here's the height limit that exists on the site. Next.
That's it.
Oh, there was a roof plan in here some. Anyway,
That was earlier.
yeah,
There you go.
standing seam and built up.
That
And we're
conclude-
available for
Okay,
questions.
all right, let's go to questions. Tip, any questions?
Can you, maybe I didn't catch this, what is the exterior material, the beige, the background?
The body palette is earthy brown plaster stucco.
Oh, stucco.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then just dark colored windows and sort of charcoal gray.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Okay, Lida,
David, can we go back to the original bird's eye view of where this building is? In relationship to other buildings that were there? It was almost like a Google Earth kind of one. Our first opening shot. There we go, that one, please. Okay, you had spoken to the house to the north. Is that a private home or is that part of the college?
The college owns that property also.
That's part of Westmont?
Yes.
That is. Okay. And again, you don't anticipate any car traffic coming to this new building. It's all foot traffic?
Not all foot traffic, but there are 4 parking spaces. But yes,
Oh,
primarily,
so there's a road then to this building and parking.
yes, people, and you come up Cold Spring Road and go up La Paz, and there's some parking there. There's existing parking right now.
Okay. We talked about the colors. Because this is going to be a larger structures, are you able to keep mature trees that are part of the landscape, or do you have to take some trees down to accommodate the size change?
Yes, we are proposing to remove 3 oak trees and a palm tree. And there's kind of an established process for Westmont to replace trees over time, and we can talk about the specifics of those if you want.
Do we have a caliber on any of these oaks, size and
there is a plan in the drawings up there, David. I've forgotten which, it's a site plan further down the set, but we'll show that.
A 4.2 or 1.2, sorry, 1.2.
There you go. In purple, Lida.
Those red dots are the trees proposed to be removed.
No, it's ghost in the machine.
There was 4 oaks going out, right? Is that what you're saying?
Actually, 3. I apologize. 4 trees. There's a palm tree right there. And in this courtyard, there's some oak trees that we're going to keep, but the most jeopardized ones we're proposing. 2 oak trees and one citrus tree. I apologize.
In that courtyard area,
Yes.
in the palm up above. But are those big oaks? Can you give me kind of a,
Dimensions are on here if you zoom way in. Or I think it's right here as well. That's the list of the trees right there.
it looks to be a lovely oak canopy. That
Westmont.
Yeah. One of them is a 7-inch oak. And the other, it just says multi-trunk. So I think it might be a couple of similar sized branches, like 7 or 10-inch type.
you have plans for any mitigating new planting?
Yes, according to the Westmont conditions of approval, when we removed, we can plant a 36-inch box.
Okay.
We've grown a number of trees over the years from acorns from the site that are now 36-inch boxes. We started about 20 years ago.
Oh, nice.
And so we plant those trees. I'm not sure we can fit them on this site, but we can sort of put them on campus.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Claire. Questions? Questions?
Question?
Questions.
Question. This is stay right there. Baby. Because this is where you show, you show parking right there, okay? But how do you, so you drive in, park there, is that correct? Is there another drawing or something that takes you out to La Paz that shows how you drive in from La Paz to get to this point?
Yes, 1.1, you can see it.
So that's La Paz now. Oh, I see. So you're gonna come in there.
Of Cold Spring.
Well, no, this isn't Cold Spring. That's La Paz.
That's La Paz right there, the private drive with the one there.
That paving below is all going to go away. So.
Just this paving,
Access to parking is what I
apologize.
what road or what, I mean,
All of this,
to get to the parking.
yeah, all of this here is existing paving to remain.
Oh, that's gonna remain? Oh, okay.
And it's just this part, this looping up here that is going to be removed.
There's a small portion they're removing.
Okay, that
That's a loop.
That was
Yeah.
my confusion. Because I thought that all of that was going to go away. And then I couldn't figure out how I was going to get it into the parking.
Understandable.
Is that it, Claire?
Well, that's pretty much, I've got driveway, entrance and parking.
Okay. Rob, questions?
Yeah, access, I was a little confused too, so the fire department's already looked at this and the pause is wide enough and this is allowing a turnaround and all that good stuff. That's all.
Okay. And my questions, one might be to Kimberly. I saw on the map, it said zone 1E1. Is this zoned for, I would assume it's zoned for this use?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, very
An
good.
easy question, thank you.
And then, Is there a reason why, the road that we've been talking about so much here, that it gets and stays as wide as it does in front of the structure, the new structure? Could that be narrower? Is there a need that it has to be, what, 16, 14? Could it be narrower just to give a little more buffer?
There is a need, because of this dorm here. So this access road is a way to make sure that the fire department has an easy, wide way to get further onto campus in essence.
Okay.
That road was widened when that residence hall was constructed.
Oh, got it. Has a history. And the question about the building color, is that definitive? Is it matching an existing color? Or are you just trying to blend it into the site? What's the reason for that?
Both of those. This dorm here has standing seam roof and plaster body with earth tones in it. And the college has always had sort of buff, brown, and earth tone body colors for its structure. So it's fitting to the overall campus palette. And also just wanting to fade back into the landscape and be really quiet visually.
Got it. Okay, that was all I had for questions. Let's open it up to public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that'd like to speak to this item 6909 La Paz Road?
I've received no speaker slips and I don't see any hands online.
Okay, seeing no one, we're going to close public comment. We'll go to board member comments. Back to you, Tip. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I like the building. I think it's a beautifully designed building. It's scaled beautifully and it's just hidden behind all the oak trees, and it's right in the middle of Westmont campus, so I don't have any issues with the project. Thank you.
Okay, Lida, comments?
I agree with everything Tip said. This is a nice project. Good luck with it.
Thank you. Claire, comments? Any comments? Assume that means that's good.
Mike, please.
Pretty much I've been through the whole process for the last, 10, 15 or 20 years. And so for the most part, whatever Westmont brings, and certainly the hiring of Ken, the architect, is exactly what should be happening. So those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. Robert, comments?
I like the building too. It's pretty complex for a not too big a building, but it certainly is a very interesting design. And I would support it.
Okay. I too agree with the board members here. The only comment I have, which I understand might be difficult, is the planting that's in front of the building with the site wall and the walkway and the roadway. There's just a lot of hardscape there. If there was a way to, anyway, I'll understand if there isn't, to get a little bit more green and a little softness there, or a slope or a rock stack wall or something just to kind of soften that face. That'd be the only thing. Otherwise, the building is beautiful. I have no issue with it at all. So Kimberly, what can we give? They're here for concept review. What can we move them to preliminary? Where can we go?
So you can't take any action today because it's not
Okay.
agenda sized for it, but you could certainly, like you've done on other projects, move them for preliminary final in one shot, either before the whole board or on the consent calendar, whatever you're comfortable with.
Well, I mean, I'll put it to those in the board here. We could certainly give it preliminary or move it to preliminary, I guess.
Well, I would move
Final.
it I would move it to preliminary final on consent.
Okay.
That's what, yeah. I mean, I don't see that the board here has any reason to see it again.
We
So
trust the architect's abilities as well. So, yeah. Maybe some of us don't. I don't know. Okay, we'll grant it, come back for preliminary and final on consent. Thank you.
Thank you. Acting chair, members of the board, thank you for being here.
Okay.
Watson recused. Item number 7, 665 Picacho Lane. Ken, are you with us?
I don't think I looked at this. Did I miss this?
Please.
Chair, members of the board, I'm Kent Mixon with Andrelites Mixon Architects. I'm gonna trim this thing. So just this little button there. So yeah, this is kind of remodel and addition of an existing house. Actually, we can come back to that if we go to the site plan first. I'll list unless you want to stay there, but yeah. We have pictures pretty well documented of this whole site. To branch you, it's at the end of a private lane off of Picacho. It's a private Picacho. It's called Picacho Lane as well. There's 5 houses that access off over a private easement that's out on this north side of the property. Ours and this property are at the end of the private lane. And you can see right now there's the existing residence and motor court. And we have the existing pool that's down here, and there's a little spa that's on the backside. The pool's just a little bit bigger than a spa in itself right now. There's an existing kind of hobby room that's up here. And then there's an existing 3-car garage and kind of a maid's quarters that are detached and on off by themselves over here. This garage right now enters off of Picacho Lane. So you have to then come out of the garage doors and out into kind of the driveway area to get into the property. And then this area down here is just kind of all open space. There's this kind of weird finger that's part of this property that I think was leftovers of some lot line history in the past of this whole area. You can go to the next. So this is the proposed, and I'll just state right offhand for all the landscape architects that this is just really conceptual from our standpoint of kind of getting the functions in here. This is in no means a final landscape plan. We're in the process right now of interviewing landscape architects, and we'll definitely come forward in this our next go around with like a complete package from a landscape standpoint, because I know it will probably change some of the hardscape and some of the planting areas and so forth. But conceptually, this is kind of where we are. So the existing entry gate is here. That's not the location of that's not changing. There's a planter with an oak tree and some other trees and screening hedge that's on this front side. So from out here, you really can't see into this property other than the motor court is about 4 feet lower than this private access road out here. So it does come in. So if you're standing up here, you can just look right over the fence, which we intend to kind of deal with that as we develop the landscape as well. So we're proposing to tear down that existing garage and push the new garage out of the setback. Right now, currently, it sticks into the setback about 10 plus feet. So this new garage will respect that front setback. It will no longer enter off of Picacho Lane. This will serve as fire access and service access for landscape service, pool service, and so forth. And this will be the primary access into the property with the garages entering off of this motor court. The primary body of the house pretty much stays the way that it is. We obviously have the new 3-car garage. There's a breezeway that goes through here about the size of for like a golf cart type of a separation there.
And then there's some fill-in space here, kind of service area, mud room, butler's pantry and so forth in this area that connects off to the existing house to yet then connect this garage to the main body of the house. There is an addition of a dining room enclosed on this existing covered terrace right now. There's a small addition here off the master bedroom to do a sunroom that will be an unconditioned space, and it'll just be kind of slightly enlarging the existing covered patio that's there now. And then there's a reworking of the existing master bathroom, which would be a new his and hers closet, and this would be his closet, and then a slight pump out from the existing facade for a bathroom or the tub kind of in the garden, in the private garden. This is kind of a private enclosed primary garden space. The pool, oh, I should go back here. There is a proposed 2-room second story space that kind of is right over this area. You can see it if you zoom in. I don't think we need to do that right now. We can look at the plan here in a bit. New pool, cabana with some shade structures, kind of outdoor trellis space with an outdoor barbecue, and then kind of some shade structures at this end. Keep in mind that this is all in kind of part of the discussion with the landscape architect right now too. So that I have a feeling that's going to change in terms of the amount of trellis and so forth. And then stepping down. So this slopes down from north to south. There's just continued terracing all the way down, and this is the low part of the yard. There's a bocce court down here, and we have some horseshoes shown at this point. And then there's a kind of a sport court, kind of various activity kind of court space. And then this is, we're just kind of treating this, we're exploring ideas of what to do there. But the idea is that it can just be kind of this surprise garden space, multi-use, be a place to maybe set up badminton, croquet, just kind of various activities. Might come down here and do a movie at night or something like that. I don't know. But it's really, it's so far removed from everything else. It doesn't make sense to try to put any structure of any important use down there from that standpoint. And then currently there's a kind of an existing open space here as well. So yeah, you can go to the next. So this is the existing roof plan and floor plan of the structure. I don't show the detached garage, which is up in this area that we're removing, but this is where we're kind of connecting through with the proposed addition. And then this is the area of the existing terrace that we're proposing to enclose for a dining room. And then this is that small terrace off the primary bedroom that we're making kind of a little sun space. And then this area is where we're proposing the addition of the master primary his closet. And then there's a small little bump out for the bathtub right now. So we can move up. That's the existing garage we're tearing down. It's a stone structure or a stone clad structure. Move on, we're tearing that. And those are the existing elevations. It's kind of a long stretch house. We're calling it kind of a French country California ranch house. We can intend to kind of still respect that. It has kind of a heavy, thick articulated molding at the windows. That's something we intend to kind of keep as well. We'll probably end up replacing all the windows that are currently, I think, single pane. And we'll probably do something a little more efficient there, though the location of many of those windows will stay in the same location. You can go to the next. So this is the proposed plan. So this is our connection that you see. Oh, I forgot to mention before, this area, it's a really awkward place to park right now. And especially with now entering for the garage on this side.
we need a space for guest parking, so we're pushing, there's a retaining wall that's currently here. We're pushing that back and just providing kind of a covered, it's basically looks like a trellis, but it would be a solid covered structure there. And then the intention is to kind of plant this area to screen this existing kind of hobby room space as well. That's the addition to the master closet, the bathroom extension, and then the dining room here. And then this is the existing terrace that we're making smaller, and then extending. Actually, right now, the end of the column line is awkwardly placed in this terrace now. We're pulling it out to this existing line now where there's railing and sandstone columns. Next. That's the proposed roof plan. You can see where the addition, the second story addition there that sits back from the front edge of the garage. And then just kind of sits in this corner of the in the structure. Next. There's the existing entry as you come into the property. This is all the motor court. And then this is the garage structure that sits down about 4 feet from this upper elevation of the road. And then that's the second story addition on that side. This is the kind of the service access lane. This is the existing garage. You can see kind of how that kind of sits in from the existing height of the roadway coming in. And then the next one there is the primary kind of garden space. This is where the for the tub is, and then this would be kind of, this is set back quite a bit, but those are the garage on the motor court that are clear on the other side of the property. And then this is the south facing section with the addition of the dining room here, and then that's the sunroom area. The rest of this facade stays essentially the same, with the exception of there's an existing kind of office music room space here that has this very nice articulated arch window that's not a faceted bay window, and we intend to keep that one and tear off the one that's faceted here and make that an arched bay window as well. Next. And then this is just kind of showing the section of that carport area for the guest parking in both elevations. And you can see the relationship to that. For some reason, when that was built, it was built out of the ground quite a bit. So it sticks up when you're in this motor court. It's kind of this thumb in the air that we're going to want to try to screen better. Next. And then this is the pool cabana, just a simple space, open, little serving bar here with kind of a trellised outdoor dining space that connects directly out of the kind of kitchen and service side of the house. And then just with, simple storage for pool supplies and cushions and that sort of thing here. And then a simple bathroom that you can enter from inside, and also kind of come in so you don't have to walk through the space to come in to use the bathroom if you're at the pool. And that's the pool right there. And then here's some kind of site sections. You can see that's the existing house and that new arched bay window that I was talking about. And you can kind of see it gently kind of slopes down to this low portion, cabana and then pool space. And then we have some retaining of that sloping site right now where the lounges would be up against and have, south facing sun. When you want to enjoy that, you can kind of see that here. The intention is that we will introduce some landscape on that deck as well. So that will, and I think that might be the end. So if we want to go back up to that first page where the FARs are, we are currently as designed at 127.
Oh, that's what I was thinking.
And just as a
a reminder that that empty lot that's on the left of us to the west at the end of that lane is a new house that just got designed and approved. And that one is at 107. But if you take out the, I think it's like, take out, there's like 0.64 acres of that private driveway that's unbuildable. That's basically the private lane. If you were to take that out and just look at the buildable area on that lot, we would be at 139 on that house that was approved next door. So just food for thought, and that's where we are.
As we challenge your FAR.
Okay, so questions, Bill, please.
Yeah, what's that? Material of fire access that you said you had on, is that the east side of the
It's
property?
at east side, yes. Probably a DG or a natural, something. We want to try to, I mean, that is kind of the back house. We want it though, that to kind of disappear as much as we can and be some sort of natural material.
And does that get to, is that actually the fire truck goes down? that?
Yeah, so we talked before we even started on this, we just verbally met with the fire department out on site to discuss kind of just thoughts and ideas. And with us wanting to kind of address the security issues of being able to come into the garage and directly into the house here versus how it used to be. It kind of pinches this. So they can still come in here and back out, but it starts to create a challenge in terms of hose stretch to deal with this cabana space as well. So the thought was, and it's kind of a double service for us, because if you're entertaining too, it would obviously wouldn't need to be as wide for the fire truck, or I mean, as it would be for the fire truck. But if you're entertaining rather than hand trucking everything down here, you'd probably need a little golf cart to bring food and ice and that sort of stuff. If you're going to do any sort of entertaining. So it was kind of a double use for us.
Do you think the fire department would be okay if it was a narrower path, or are they pretty set on that? way?
That was the size they told us.
Okay.
And I can't remember, I think it's
What is it?
mentioned, it was at 16. I can't-
Really? Wow. 16 foot wide.
Yeah.
Okay. And then is all the new, everything you're proposing outside of setbacks, front and side?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you can see the setbacks indicated here and here. And then, as I mentioned, that garage will be pushed back out of the setback that it currently sits in now.
And what's the height of your second floor addition there on that second story piece? Is it what's the plate to plate and you know what that is?
21.6 is
to the ridge?
Yes.
Okay, so your plate height on the second floor is
Yeah,
9 feet?
I think we pulled that one down to 8 or 8.6 on the second floor.
Open
It's
volume.
9 kind of everywhere else in the house. 9 or 9 plus, actually. The living room is like 11 or 12, I believe.
And you're doing a new roof as well?
Yeah, and that will be, to speak to the materiality. Right now, it's all smooth plaster on the house with the heavy moldings around the windows. We tend to kind of keep that feel. We want to introduce in some of the areas you see on the elevations, extending kind of that base wainscot where the site falls away from the foundation and continues some sandstone that's there now that kind of just stops at the corners.
Mhm.
So the intention is to kind of improve that. And then for the roof, there's a kind of a mixture of stone. And I think the garage had some synthetic type roof on it now that we're tearing off, but the intention is to probably be like a slate roof. It's really ugly and different spotty
It
colors
looked
right
like
now.
you had some standing seam maybe on the low pitch stuff.
Yeah, on the low pitch, yeah.
Is that the
exactly.
rear or the front of the house?
That is the rear.
Rear, okay.
Yeah.
And it'd be helpful probably to have where the neighbor buildings are. I'm gonna add that later too, but just so we can kind of tell what's what and where you're next to. And the court that you have down there, it looks like half basketball. Is it pickleball too?
the intention was to make that flexible, so it's kind of like a small, not even a regulation half court, but to be able to potentially have it multi-use, yeah, they're
So
not
they
really
could have-
applicable, but
It
they
could,
are an
yeah,
act, they have a big active family, so.
Yeah. Okay. There's a lot of entertainment going on there for sure.
I talked them out of the tennis court, so.
And I see a lot of lawn and I'll let the landscape folks address that. But anyway, just. Okay, I think that's it. Thanks.
Miss Lawn, Elida,
His lawn. Miss Lawn.
Should we be concerned about the height on the second story vis-a-vis neighbors or street sides that can be seen? Is this going to be maybe called for story calls in your mind or?
No.
Board member.
Pardon me?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought she was talking. So, yeah, I mean, that's up to you. I mean, I need to confirm exactly the design of what ultimately got settled here, but all the houses along this kind of set about at the same, and again, if you call it Google Earth, I know that's been a problem, but they all kind of sit about in the same distance from the front road. So the second story probably more is impacted on this front motor court area of this house adjacent to us, but we will show that. And then this property is probably about at least 8+ feet taller than us. It's been filled over time. And so they've been in communication about, I know they're adding a lot of screening on this side. We want to do the same thing with what we're addressing because privacy between the two is obviously important. And we will probably be able to see them for sure, with it being that much higher and a 2-story structure. So, but yeah, we will definitely show what was ultimately approved for both sides.
This board is careful about second stories, new second stories in the neighborhood. That was my only question.
Chip, questions, please.
David, can I see the FAR calculation again, please? Okay, if you can zoom in. So first of all, the side is 1.75 acres.
Yes.
And that's included the L shape. And the number you're coming in now at 127.
Yes.
And what was it before the additions?
I'm not sure that I have that with me right now.
Have you done an FAR study of the neighborhood?
We are in the process of collecting that right now. We didn't have it fully complete in terms of being able to trust the numbers.
But you're working on it.
We're looking at, yeah. We knew we had the information from our western neighbors because they've been in communication with us, the plans. And so forth.
Thank you.
Wait, Chip, excuse me, David, where is this thing? There, can you enlarge that section right there? Chip, in the future, and members of the board, this is the cumulative existing. This is the cumulative new. Okay.
Yeah.
So that'll give you the percentage jump. Yeah.
So you're adding about 3,000.
About 60%.
Yeah, a lot. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you.
Okay. So Claire, questions, please.
Did you show us any photographs of the existing house in your presentation?
Yeah, we didn't go over and we skipped over that, but yes, we have quite, 2 pages. Yeah.
Oh, well,
So-
mostly that shows a lot of land, yeah. So, but, the only really good photo is that that one right there, the one, like number 11 or 12. or
Well, there's,
something.
there's more there. This is just kind of showing some relationship, but we can scan through those. And you can see it's from
Okay,
all sides.
that's fine. That was the only question I had. I just wanted to see. Yeah, oh, there, yeah, okay. It's fine.
Robert, questions, please?
No questions.
And I have no questions. Public comments. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 665, Picacho Lane, please?
Would you have one hand raised? Melissa Dana?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Melissa Dana. I work for Studio William Hefner. I'm here with my colleague Bob Irvine, and we represent the neighbor to the west, 669 Picacho Lane. I think Bob was going to start.
Yes, I will start. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
All right, board chair and members, thank you for giving us a moment to speak. As Melissa stated, she and I will jointly propose our concerns. We are working with the owner of 669 Picacho Lane, which is, as the applicant stated, is just directly to the parcel to the west and south of the subject property. We have concerns over the location of the proposed sports court, and as we just now learned, we are also concerned about the undefined area to the west of the sports court, which is directly potentially blocking our ocean view to the south. So we are concerned, specific concerns which Melissa will illuminate are noise pollution, view obstruction, light pollution, and we would like to know more about proposed landscape design. We would also request north-south site sections so that we all have a better understanding of the view impact of the proposed sports court, as well as the proposed, they said perhaps movies or badminton. So Melissa, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Bob. So first concern, noise pollution. We would like to request that the neighbor address our noise concerns regarding potential noise disturbances from the sports court when playing sports like pickleball. Our client is very concerned about pickleball. There have been studies that have been shown that it can create 70 decibels at 100 feet away. And as a side note, we were asked to address their concerns regarding potential noise coming from our AC condensers, which we resolved with them. So we would like to request that they do the same for us. We would also like to request that no pickleball will be played on this court and that the court be located away from our shared property lines. Regarding view obstruction, we would like to request that the neighbors clarify what the proposed elevation of the sports court will be and that a site section is provided to illustrate that our ocean view will not be affected. We would also like clarification on whether the sports court will have any fencing and what the height of that will be. For light pollution, we would like clarification on the proposed lighting of the sports court. And we would like to request that no sports court lighting be installed in order to keep the amount of light pollution in our neighborhood to a minimum. Regarding landscape, we would like additional information regarding the trees that will be planted just south of our property. And we would request that any new vegetation that is selected be maintained in order to not affect our ocean view. And this is just a quick summary of our request to address our concerns regarding noise pollution, visual impact, view obstruction, and the need for clear information regarding the site plan. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Both. Okay, anybody else, please?
I don't see any other additional hands raised.
Very good. I'll close public comments. This is the first time we've heard it. Story poll, yes, no, and site visit, yes, no. Bill. Other comments, of course.
Yeah. I think we're gonna probably need to see story polls on the second story ridge, would be my guess. We'll let everyone else chime in. Definitely a FAR study, floor area ratio, showing the neighborhood so we can get our gauge on how this all fits. There's obviously a lot of stuff going on, a lot of play areas and things like that. That was my question about the pickleball, whether that could be reduced in size, so it's just maybe half court basketball or something. I don't know. That seems to be a concern of everybody's, is the noise from pickleball courts. Be great to see the neighbor structures on this map so we can also gauge distances. So story poles and a site visit will also help. You know, more developed landscape. We know, Kent, you're working on that, so we'll figure on that. And I, throw caution at the too much lawn area, because some of the folks here on the board are going to get on you for that. The architecture of the building, I'm fine with. I don't have any issue with that as long as you're out of the setbacks. I think you're going to be okay. Other than the second story piece, we'll just take a look at that and see how that's impacting. I'm glad you're able to move the garage out of the front setback. That's great. The access on the east side, it's the east side there. For fire, I understand how that is. Maybe just if there's any wiggle room on that and reducing it and making it more green would be great. If you can't, you can't. I understand. So, and just further clarification of the materials, like in the driveway and paving and all that kind of stuff. So anyway, that's what I've got. Thank you.
Comments, Elida, please.
I particularly like the ratio between hardscape, the building, and the landscape. This looks to be a nice use of this property. I think we all have concerns about the second story and the neighbors' issues that sound valid. So perhaps a site visit and story polls would be helpful. That's it.
Tip, comments, please.
Yeah, I guess I'm a little more concerned about the FAR number. I think this is quite large. The addition from 3,000 to 6,000, almost double the size of the house. So I'd like to definitely take a look at that and see if I can support the project as proposed. Thank you.
Claire, comments, please.
Well, I agree with, that we're going to have story polls prior to you coming back, by the way. And at the same time, given there was one elevation, or there was, I don't know if it was what it was exactly, where there's that little small building off that's high. So at the time that you story poll, can you just put some sticks in the ground, so that I can actually grasp how tall that building is in relation?
That's in place now, right?
Yes, you're
The
correct.
ho-
That's
the hobby
the
room,
little hobby
yeah.
room is existing.
Well, he showed an elevation of the building with the hobby room. The hobby room is is almost as tall as the second story is. So that's kind of why I'm at.
It's right there. It's existing, Clint.
Yeah, right there. Yeah.
And existing.
Yes.
So it showed up on another
Yeah, it showed it
part of the
when we just.
presentation that it's very tall.
Yep.
And so I know it's under 16 feet. I know it's that, but as far as the overall, I would like to just see some stakes in the ground when we go to see the story poles to see how high that really is. Oh, it's already there. Oh, okay, fine. I was just concerned that, okay, so it's going to be there anyway. Okay. Okay, then that was, and I agree with Mr. Chang's comment that I'm really struggling with the FAR number. And I think you might as well go ahead and get started on a neighborhood. Yeah, before you come back, when we do story polls, then you'll come back. You'll have those calculations so we can really see how this house really, because I know this area, I know these lots, and it's always occurred to me that most of them are pretty consistent with each other. So I don't know whether these improvements to this lot really are going to be consistent with the neighborhood without having those numbers.
Robert? Comments?
Are we assuming that they're going to provide a site section for the neighbor? And
I think what you do at this point is say, please provide a site. section.
okay, yeah, I would say please provide that section. And you're gonna need topo, but I'm sure you can get it from the neighbor's architect. And I would think about running it east-west as well through your house and through that second story. No, up through your house, through the second story, through both neighbors' houses, if you can piece together some topo information. I'm not seeing any topo information on this plan, but
It's
I'm
there.
sure
it's
you
just
can
covered.
put it all together.
Yeah.
And I do appreciate taking the garage out of the setback. Yeah, pickleballs, a hot button. And outdoor movie theaters are also, I'm hearing sometimes, a problem. So I can see why the neighbors are concerned. That's my only comments.
David, can we go to the building elevations, please? Next, that's existing next. Right there. So the second one from the top. You know, I look at the rest of the building and I say it's charming, it's articulated, it has texture. And I look at that two-story wall and I go, is this really part of that building or was this something that somebody added? So maybe you could take a look at that, please. I know that there's that driveway for the fire department or gardener or something like that coming down here. I understand where it is. I also think an FAR study is necessary, and I think story poles are necessary. And what we have been doing, Ken, is right from this point, right across here, right to that point. And that's all we're asking for, just one line. And that will put up the flags for the neighbor. You know, we don't need you to recreate the house. We're trying to keep the cost of that down, but be informed. So with that, anybody else got anything? Do you have a planner over you or not? Okay, so you can't get back on without the planner. So thank you for working with the neighbor, and we'll see you back in a month or two, whatever that is, okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 8, 620 Meadow Lane. As a matter of introduction, we saw this. They came in for final, and there were some comments about the two driveways, about the location, how far forward the building had been pushed, and also some side yards. They do have a nice presentation here. So Michael, will you run us through this?
I'd love to. Hi, everybody.
And I have Robert here with you as well.
I don't, but I have some notes from them so I can talk through what their main talking points are. But I think there's minimal notes from the landscape updates from the last go around. So I'll just talk through some of those talking points once I go through this slide. So if we stick on this PDF here, this is just a summary of the previous comments that we received from the board. If you go to the next slide. So I'm number 1, nice project size, bulk and scale are appropriate. Number 2, restudy wood posts, consider smaller size, different shape and material. Item number 3, one member expressed concern regarding the setback to setback layout. Number 4, restudy driveway, consider eliminating second driveway entry, reducing width and paving. Number 5, study options to increase landscape areas adjacent to roadway. So if we go to the next slide, I'll kind of go through the items that are relevant. So item number 2, a comment was given about the size of the wood posts and consider different material. Really, our desire is to maintain the wood columns. We want to, the approach to the design has always been a more naturalistic aesthetic with stucco, with natural elements, so it kind of blends in. So we're really hoping to maintain that natural character and not introduce metal posts. We have a 10-foot span that's for that cantilevered roof element, so we really can't reduce those posts by any degree more if it's going to stay as wood. So really, we're hoping to just maintain that wood aesthetic. I think it allows for much more intricate detailing, and not a. I think there was a comment about it being a Palm Springs-esque type feel. I think we really want to maintain that natural aesthetic. So that's item number 2. Item number 3, if you go to the next slide. So the setback to setback layout, we actually went ahead and pushed the house 3 feet to the east. This allows for an increase of planting area in the front, and then it reduces those side yard setbacks by a small amount, not a huge amount, but it certainly addresses that concern about it being too close to the street frontage. So by pushing it back 3 feet, we get it pushed further back away from the street, and then we get more planting area, which we can talk about in the next slide. So actually, that covers item number 3 there, about the kind of setback discussion. Item number 4, I think, was really the critical one that we want to talk about after the board discussed the neighborhood and that there was really very little precedent for the horseshoe driveway. We actually went back and did a study. In that particular cul-de-sac, most of our neighbors have an existing driveway that is the horseshoe condition. So we really don't want to be burdened with changing that when it fits into the vernacular of the neighborhood. In addition to the maintaining that aesthetic with the neighborhood, there's also concerns about fire department access, that we can't really get a hose pool to work within that driveway if we were to cut it off from one entrance. And then in addition to that, after reviewing with the fire department, we really need to maintain that 14 feet of width. So we can't really reduce the driveway in any way, and it's existing. We'd like to maintain that to be consistent with the neighbors and the character of the neighborhood. If you go to the next slide. So this is as a result of the increased front yard area. We've increased the landscape area between Stone Meadow Lane and the house, allowing for more privacy and a decreased visibility from the street. So as you're standing there on Stone Meadow Lane, looking towards the house, there's much more reduced visibility to see the top of the roof line. It's worth noting that the other neighbors don't really have that screening. They're all extremely visible from the street. So this, as it slides into that neighborhood, is going to be, very discreet. And then I can read some of the notes that Rob sent me. So the recent revisions from the previous summer meeting entailed expansion of the planting area at the front of the house by 3 feet between the house and the adjacent driveway, accompanied by the implementation of enhanced screening through the addition of several larger shrubs and additional mature olive tree. We're adding, in replacement of the tree that's currently at the front of the house, we're taking that one out. I think it was why am I blanking on the name of it? Can't remember the name of the tree, but Magnolia. Yeah, Magnolia. Taking out the Magnolia tree and replacing it with an olive tree, which is consistent with the other trees that are in that front planted area. And then simultaneously, the strategic location realignment of the house has effectively mitigated potential adverse effects on the existing olive tree on the south property line by moving it further away. So we'd already reviewed this with an arborist. They were not concerned about the proximity of the house foundation to the tree, but this move, pushing it 3 feet further away, as you can see with that red line, further reduces the risk of encroachment or damage to its well-being. And then if you go to the next slide, or is that might be it? Yeah, that.
And guys, can I just add one thing to Michael's comments on item number 3? I think it's important to note that our first design, we got a comment that it may be too wide, even though it was within the setbacks, it was still considered a bit too wide. So we did reduce the width of the house and pulled it forward 3 feet in our last presentation. And then based on your comments, we have pulled back 3 feet. So it's now the same in line with our presentation 2 presentations ago. So we did pull that back to address that concern.
That's right. Thanks, Sharon. That really concludes the response to the previous comments, hoping that we have some positive feedback on those. And if you have any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Okay, they are on for preliminary and final tonight. Chip, you were the one that raised the issue about the driveway last time. Let's get started with you.
I don't have any question.
Claire, questions, please?
Oh,
Questions?
are the olives in the front remaining?
Yes.
I thought you said that, but I just
Yep.
want to buy. Those are the right there.
Yep.
Right there. Okay.
Robert, questions, please?
No questions.
Elida, please.
No questions.
Bill, please.
Do you have color board and any exterior light fixtures?
We have the renderings, and I think there's a color board in the set of construction drawings.
You have a fixture selected or
We're not planning any exterior light fixtures.
That's right. Yeah, no exterior lights, but the renderings are there, and then we have the exterior elevations called out.
By code, you actually need lights outside of every door leads to the exterior.
Well, sorry, the lights that we have are recessed in the soffit above, so they're directly pointing down in the ceiling.
I didn't see a light plant showing.
Yeah, there's
that,
the material board there. If you go up, yeah.
And I didn't see any colors called out on it. It just said it was plaster, and you zoom into that, David, on like the top one when it talks about the plaster.
Yeah, I think this image is really talking about the texture. We can get really specific, Bill, for the particular color and if we're going to do La Habra, whatever that color may be, or painted, but it's more about the textural kind of finish that we're looking for.
The idea is for the color to be the same color as the sand or sandstone in the plaster finish.
Thank you. That was it.
Okay, and Rob, that's you, right, on there?
That's the owner.
Excuse me?
That was Tyrone McKillen, the owner.
Okay, so I just want to ask again, exterior site lighting, yes, no? Please.
We were not planning on doing anything for exterior lighting. That I'm just going to review Rob's drawings. I don't know if he had anything in there.
Okay.
Yeah, there was no other exterior lighting. No.
Okay, public. Yes, please go ahead.
Well, there's a difference in now I see these 2 drawings. Are we having gates or are we not having gates? The proposed plan shows the house moved back and everything with no gates. The previous plan shows that you have gates on the driveway. Which way are you going?
Right. Okay. So, sorry, you go, Tyrone.
Yeah, I was just gonna. How did the board feel about gates? I know there's gates in the neighborhood. We haven't made a strong push either direction. I think if the board liked them, we would be happy to add them to our plan.
He's saying no.
No, he's saying they can go either way.
Okay.
If we prefer them, we should speak up and say that, otherwise it doesn't happen.
Yeah, and currently, Claire, there are no gates in the existing house.
Address that?
Not quite yet.
I know, it's because we're questioned. I'm trying to.
We're not even quite there yet, so
Okay.
public comment, see, that's what we're, public comment. Anybody?
No hands raised.
Okay, now comments, you're second. Tip, comments, please.
Okay, so I do like that.
Tip, once it, we're on for preliminary final. Tip, please.
Thank you. I do like the house. I think it's quiet, beautiful. The setback, I think is fine. I'm still having a problem with a two driveway approach because it's going to be once again a brand new house. And I think by doing just one coming in with some parking, it will be a much better landscaping solution for the front. It will be a better that you don't come into the cul-de-sac with a second driveway. And it will, I think we support the gate, even set back 15, 20 feet from the street. And I just feel that it'd be a much better solution in terms of how you treat the front yard and the house. Thank you.
But besides the driveway, you're okay with the project?
Yes, I'm fine with that.
Thank you very much. Claire, now your turn. Comments, please.
Okay, I actually went out, looked at all of this after the last hearing a week ago or so. And for me, I have no problem with that driveway. It's existing. It's already there. And there are other pieces in this cul-de-sac and even further down the cul-de-sac on Stick Meadows. There's other places where there's a double driveway. And when I kind of looked at all of that, I actually am fine with that driveway being in and out as it is, given I know the neighborhood and I actually know this property because I planted the olive trees. Oh, I'm kind of, it's kind of, I'm familiar with it. I'm familiar with the neighborhood. I did project next door and across the street and along Green Meadow. And I don't think having two entrances into that driveway is going to bother anybody else in the neighborhood. And so I'm okay with that. And the reason that's why I asked about the gates. And I do not think that there should be gates on this property because there's nobody else in the neighborhood that has gates anywhere. And it's a very small, tight neighborhood, and most of the people in this neighborhood are not maybe totally elderly, but very close to being elderly. In fact, the person who owned this house previously is in Casa Dorinda now, and yeah. So those are my comments. I think this project is ready to go.
Robert, comments, please.
I agree with Claire that double entrances are already there, and I don't know where you would park if you truncated that drive. You're gonna have to create a hammerhead or something anyway. So anyway, I support the design. I don't think there's room for gates, especially the entrance gate anyway. So I agree, no gates. And I think there might have been one misunderstanding about the posts. We were saying they'd have to get bigger, probably for high fire. And we weren't suggesting, we wanted to keep them smaller and not have them end up being like 8x8s, because we really like the rendering. But that'll be worked out at the building department. I would support this for preliminary and final.
Elida, please.
I too drove by this house and parked and looked around a bit, and I agree with Claire. Everybody seems to have had the circular drive, and nobody seemed to have gates. And you increase the east side of the planting against the driveway to soften that. So I think it'll be a nice project, and I would support it.
Bill, please.
Yeah, I agree. I'm okay with the double entrance. It's existing. There's precedence in the neighborhood, so I don't have an issue with that. I don't think it needs gates. I think the lot's probably too small for the need of that, and it's already kind of off the beaten track. Green Meadow sort of comes off the main road there. I think it's pretty private already. I would be willing to give it final, but I would rather have the color selection and the lighting plan shown, so I don't know how we want to do that. We could set that up if everybody's okay with giving final. We can talk about that later. Everything else is fine, and I agree with Robert. The reason for the post discussion, we wanted them small, but you're gonna have to deal with high fire. Maybe you can make it a cantilevered roof, and that those posts would be non-structural, and you just do whatever size you want then at that point. Thank you.
Okay, so I would prefer one driveway. I also drove out there. I do not think it's a deal killer in this project. I think it's a nice design. I think depending on how you do it, I think you're going to be required to go to 8x8s, which I think is not a good idea and which may end up with steel posts, which is where I think it probably ought to be anyway. But you can deal with that if, you know, 8x8's pretty hefty, but that's what I think that's pretty clear in the code what's required. So, okay, so I'm hearing, except for Tip, people are okay with it as presented. I don't know which way he will vote, given that one spot concern.
Yeah, so I guess my comment to the fact that, personally, I prefer one driveway because I think it'd be better for the house personally, but however, it's not something that I am going to vote against a project because I have two driveways. It's my comment for the applicant. Thank you.
Okay, so it sounds like we can have a motion here. It's on for preliminary final. Would somebody like to make a motion, please, including the figuring out how we're going to get the coloring done? We could just give a preliminary and then we can deal with it more completely on consent, or you can do it with the member, with the MBA chair in consultation with planner to review it.
Yeah, I mean, that might be the easiest, certainly in planning. If we move to grant it preliminary and final approval with the applicant to submit to the planner and the chair the colors and the lighting plan showing that the lights are up in the soffit of the exterior there.
And any landscape.
And any
lighting.
landscape lighting if
Yeah.
proposed. So-
Yeah, Bill, I think we did that for another project with you recently for 680 Caesar. So we'd be happy to do the same thing again.
But expedited through for it.
Okay, so is there a second to that motion, please?
I'll second that.
Is there any further discussion on it? I want to thank you guys for going through the extra effort. All those in favor, please.
Aye.
All those opposed. So submit that to the planner, any of these drawings to the planner. The planner will get a hold of me and I'll review them. Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
Now, you're welcome. Now we have item 9, which is a project that the Warner Group has. And item 10, which is a project with 2 trees, Danny Long is afterwards. With Drew's permission and Tip's permission, I would like to switch those two if Tip would like to leave.
Actually, I believe that I was abstained on item number 10.
Yes, you're 10.
No, 9 is,
Yeah.
but number 10, I was
You were abstained.
refused.
You have been recusing yourself on 9 because
No,
of the
also
property.
on 10 too.
Yes, so you think you're gone.
That's unless you want me to approve number 9, then I will be hanging. No,
No, you have to step down from 9. That's
Of
your
course he
group.
does, of course he does.
So But why are you stepping down from 10?
He's got the project in the
We
back.
have a project right next door to.
Oh, got it. Okay, got it.
So
Okay,
that's,
fine. Okay.
Okay, Tip, I forgot
Thank you.
about that. Thank you. See you guys in a couple weeks. Okay, so the Warner Group, Drew, do I see you there? And please make sure to identify yourself, turn it on. So we are on for final approval. I haven't been doing this because they've been written down, but let me read this in. MBAR expressed concerns regarding the number and layout of recessed downlights within the residence. Provide specifications on lamp location, wattage, and lighting control. MBAR expressed concerns regarding compatibility and quantity of tree lights, the L3 fixtures. We study, consider utilizing a different fixture such as a path light. The L3s are tree lights. MBAR expressed concerns regarding wall fence along hot springs. We study, consider articulating the fence, varying landscape, etc. Provide specification on window glazing and a comparison to standard glazing. So that was it. I think we are basically okay with the project. If I am wrong, please tell me, except for these areas. Is that correct?
Yeah, no,
Okay,
I think what was left was just what you just read.
Okay, so Drew. If I've got the sheets, if you want to know, if you don't remember where they are for these areas.
Yes, yeah, so I'm Drew Shear, architect for the owner, from Warner Group Architects. So I can just go through my responses to the comments from the previous meeting. Regarding the downlighting, so the previous submittal contained interior reflective ceiling plans, as well as the exterior covered areas. So the interior was essentially submitted as a placeholder. They're still being developed, but we've included the exterior covered portions of the reflective ceiling plan in these drawings to show you the lighting layout, locations and specifications to address that comment.
You've actually supplied both.
Yes.
They are on the second set, David, PDF page 8. And I think go up.
But one more, the specification should be on the sheet.
Yeah, they're right there. And up a little bit more on that, right there. So this is the interior lighting. This is the exterior lighting.
So the diagram up above is just a kind of a conceptual diagram to give you an idea of the beam spread for the 2-inch can light that's listed there on the left side. So that's our exterior, one of our exterior lighting specifications says can light. And that's just to give you an idea, at an 11-foot plate height, that's approximately the beam spread you have on a 7-foot space. So that's how those are spaced out at the covered area at the entry, the covered patio there, the two partial reflected ceiling plans at the bottom. So that's what we're seeing.
Okay, so these lights are interior.
Those are exterior. That's just to give you a sense of how they overlap if you had them in that configuration, which is the same configuration as the covered patio.
They're actually interior. And what's the wattage of this, please, or the lumens?
So those are up to 1,500 watts, or I'm sorry, lumens. They're about 20 watt LED.
So what that is an equivalent of 100-watt light bulb. Okay, so this was all about the light, spilling out, okay? And then down here, these light fixtures, which are surrounding the building, are, I can't remember what they were very low.
Right, so those are the Vega fixture there, just to the right of the recessed can light. So it's a 4-inch surface mounted fixture. It's about 8 to 12 watts. It's about 1,000 units. So there's a detail. If you go to the further sheets for the architecture details, you'll see located them. So they're mounted to the underside of those cantilever decks.
And
So what we saying, are those can lights that are in the ceiling, like here, like
in the soffits? Yes, yeah, in soffits, they're the recessed can lights, so it's a 2-inch diameter. It's sort of a pinhole light
Right.
And it's, the lens itself is recessed about another inch above the finish,
And those on both floors or just one?
both floors. So
Both
there's-
floors.
there's a
Okay,
covered entry
I'm
area,
just
so-
kind of,
Yeah, there's a covered patio, and then on the upper floor, there's a small covered patio, and you have two additional.
got it. Okay.
This area right here, which
Correct.
is next to Hot Springs Road, has got the stronger lights. These areas out here have the much weaker lights.
Got it.
Okay,
And those surface mounted lights are just tucked up and they're directly mounted to the structure, the steel structure of the. That's this.
Okay, so I think,
well, he's done with that, but there's also the lighting, the glass itself, which you have a specification here. Could
So-
we go over that, please?
Yeah, so I think on sheet 13 or page 13. On the schedule, I've shown that the specification that we're proposing there. If you can zoom in on that, I have a hard copy.
What you want to do is zoom in right here,
Right, so the red rectangle there, the two important numbers.
even farther, David, so everybody's gonna
Hopefully
read it.
this is too pixelated, but I can read them all. So on the left there, the number 48, so that's light transmittance. So that's the amount of percentage of light that transmits through the glass from interior to exterior, vice versa. So typically, that number is between 60 and 80, but because of our energy performance requirements, this glass will be darker. So that limits the amount of light that transmits through the glass. And then the number to the left there, 11% is the reflectance of the exterior of the glazing. So that's the amount of reflectance of incident light off of the exterior of the doors and windows, and that's the lowest number that we could find from any manufacturer that we could source. Usually it's closer to 20 to 30%. And so 100% would be a mirror surface essentially. And so 11 is about as low as we can go and still have an actual glass surface.
So what he's saying here is in an all glass house with 100 watts every 7 feet, it's going to be the equivalent of about 50-watt light bulb every 7 feet. He's losing half of that light coming in. And then what he's saying here is this puppy is not going to be shiny. It's not going to reflect out onto the neighbors. This is only 10% of that whole glass area. And that assumes the light's going to get there anyway, because there's a big overhang, there's trees, other stuff, okay? So that's what the importance of those two are.
And I have the actual sample here.
Oh, yeah, let's take a look at it.
And the building's in the middle of the park.
Well, it's
well,
not
except
that
it's
far
not-
from. Hot
It
Springs.
really isn't. That's the whole issue with the.
Glass could be true here. This is.
Oh, so this is what is going to get installed in this building, and this is how it's going to look.
Diagram just below exterior protective panel is air gap of about 3/4 of an inch. There's a laminate panel to the inside, so it's a cool glaze that is literally protected to the middle of the glass. So because we build a few plates of glass, that's really.
So this is obviously not a line as in my. We don't do things like this. We work outside, but so I'm just asking the board. Do you think that, is this acceptable to the board? I mean, you guys brought it up.
We'll discuss that during comments.
Well, okay.
Yeah, we'll do it during comments.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I just, but I mean, John, you brought on, or somebody on the board brought this whole lighting this up. And now we've asked the applicant to,
And we will make that.
okay.
Don't worry about it. I spent an hour on this. project.
No, I got that. That's why I'm kind of asking, to get updated on what you're thinking.
Okay, so Drew. David. Set number 1. PDF 18 and then 19.
Yeah, so Dana from Surface Design, Landscape Architects, and Dress.
Okay, so
Comments.
it's this light fixture. Okay. And the symbols on the left, David, can you get over to this area right here? It's just, you looked at it too. It's just a plain circle right here. Okay, and I'd say there's about 30 of these on site. Is that 40 something? Would somebody from San Francisco like to address this?
Yeah, so hi, I'm Dana. I'm stepping in for Roderick, who couldn't be here today. And so I don't know exactly how many we have on the plan, but I do know that we've reduced the number of those lights and also changed the specification for the fixtures so that we're ensuring that they're only down lights throughout the landscape. So much more minimal lighting. We've reduced the lighting in the existing oak canopy and along the fence line.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, Claire, in questions, we can go over that, okay? Is that okay?
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, I did actually count them.
And how many did you count?
I got 36. Right.
Okay, and then the last issue, I think, is the post detail, set number 1, which is where you are, page 20, which is just down. Right, right there. And it's, and then to the, is it below that? No, where is it? Where's the detail of that? Okay, so basically what he's doing here is he's got a steel column that's about 4 inches deep. Then he's putting a fence here, and then he's putting a fence there. Then he's putting a fence there. So it's offsetting 4 inches down most of the length, and occasionally he's got this much deeper reveal here, which does step it back a little on some of it. Okay. And if you want to look at the plan, I thought it was fairly accurately drawn, I guess, up. Do you know where it is?
Yeah, go up. There's an enlarged north and south site plan.
Yeah.
See it.
No, that it'll show there. So this is all 4-inch step. There's a big step, big step, big step. And then the rest of it, keep going down, please. And keep going down to the next page. And then there's like a big, is that a big step or a little step? I can't
That's
remember.
one.
Yeah, so some big steps and a lot. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it's all Cortan.
It'll mimic the exterior finish of the house. Solid and then some. Correct. So along Hot Springs Road, you have the solid panel, and then along Private Drive to the north, and Ribbon Rock to the south, you have basically the C channel, the treated sections that flip as they go down the line.
Okay, and then on PDF page 21. That's the gate, pull back, well, that's the gate down on Ribbon Rock, right? That's, you're coming in off of Ribbon Rock. So he's punching this steel, right? Perforated.
Yeah.
Which, so comment, I think it's pretty cool.
So it's meant to, so the house has exterior privacy panels that have just a typical dot matrix punch. That's to let light filter through, provide privacy. It's kind of using the same idea here for the entry gate, where you just have, instead of having a solid panel, there's something that's a little bit more brutal, realistic. This creates a little more connection with the landscape. So it has some fun play of light, and then use the material in a way that kind of blends with the solid.
And then on PDF page 13, please. And the Mawel calculation, I did not see where you got the Mawel part of this. I see the demand, but I don't see the calculation for allowable. Is that somewhere that I missed? Please.
I wouldn't.
That would be a question for Dana. I'm not sure.
Would you mind repeating that? It's just a little bit hard to hear.
MAWA, I see the usage, the total allowable, total estimated water use, whatever they call that. But I don't see the MAWA, which is the maximum allowable. I don't see that calculation anywhere.
That's something that I can look into that. I'm not sure if Roderick and Ty have done that yet, but I'll look into it.
Okay, and then the last thing is I did not see a planting plan. Did you put planting plan?
So I think that if you could go to the site plan for this stage, and Drew, maybe you could say which, yeah, it's somewhere in the front. I think for this stage, we kind of have what we're focusing on is some of the planting along the perimeter. Maybe the illustrative plan would be most helpful.
No, I didn't see a site plan. I don't know.
Okay,
There's
okay.
a lot of discussion about that. That was all.
Yeah, well, okay, so Drew, sorry for me doing the whole presentation, basically. But do you have anything more?
I believe there's a planting plan in the landscape portion.
We have a planting palette, but we have not laid out, for example, shrub bubbles yet. But we do in the rendered plan and the site plan, we have larger shrubs and trees laid out in there.
Okay, so you don't have a final set of plans for this.
We don't have if final set of plans, we don't have like the shrub bubbles laid out, but we do have the larger shrub bubbles laid out in the illustrative plan, and we do have a plant palette, but we don't have a plant schedule yet. So if that's the level of detail that you need, then no, we don't have that, and we'd be happy to provide it.
Okay, so are you done then, Drew and Dana, please?
Yes.
Okay, questions? Claire,
No questions.
Robert.
How big is the larger setback in the fence on Hot Springs? Or the recess? You have the 4-inch one, and what's the other one?
It goes up to 14 inches, but then you can multiply that. It's a modular system. So if we have to take our way around a larger tree, we can use that to clear it, create deeper pockets. So it gives us a little more flexibility.
And all those tree lights are not in the trees, they're just in the ground, downlights?
I believe so. Dana can clarify.
Yeah, I believe that's
They're
true.
in
They're
the
all
trees.
They're
downlights.
downlights hanging from the trees.
Yes.
No more questions.
Bill.
Is there any reason why you couldn't mix and match like the solid panels with the channel version along Hot Springs Road there?
Yeah, part of the reason why we went with a solid panel along Hot Springs is to also help eliminate some of the noise.
Privacy.
More sense of privacy along
Yeah.
Hot Springs Road.
And are you worried? I don't know how thick those panels are. Are you worried about them oil canning at all? Because
No,
you
they're-
got long
they're-
spans.
A little more than 1/8 of an inch. I don't know the specific gauge off the top of my head, but they won't buckle in the can.
And they're solid, and do they connect into the dirt then too?
So they come down as close to the existing grade as we can without having to grade out all along Hot Springs Road. And at the bottom, if we need to, we can always drop in a small grade to allow the deck animals.
Sandstone rock or something.
Something light.
And
Trying
will
to, yeah.
stack, as I recall, right? They go up as the slope goes up, horizontal edge top.
Right, and part of the reason we're also spacing this at 18 feet to keep as light a footprint there as we can, as we don't have disturbance within the tree along the road as we can, so we don't have a continuous trench here.
So those panels are 18 feet from post to post. Wow, okay. Okay, that was all I had questions.
Questions, Elida, please.
When we met last, there was a lot of discussion about Hot Springs Road. And am I to assume that we'll get, there were a number of eucalyptus being pulled and other screening material being pulled? Am I to assume that when a landscape plan comes, that will be detailed So I think that was my main concern. I love the house. So my main concern was hot springs.
Right, so on sheet L801 of the landscape plan was showing which eucalyptus trees we're proposing to remove. Some of that relates to excavation for the house itself, also to provide clearing for different tree species along the northeast corner there, so we can create more screening along that more sensitive corner there along the house where it gets closer to Hot Springs Road. So there's kind of a double strategy of removing specific trees, keeping as many as we can along Hot Springs Road, because we do like to have some scale of the house and a nice element to have on the site. But we are removing some of them to help create a buffer.
And we should anticipate that that'll be detailed.
Yeah. Beyond,
So, Drew, we do have a planting planner. I'm looking at one, and I'm wondering if it's included in this set. It's L6.02 planting plan and L6.01. So yeah, there we go. So this is a bit more detailed about what that buffer will look like on the fence. So you see we do have some of those taller evergreen shrubs layered in, and it should know which trees we're keeping and which ones are being removed.
That's all. Thank you.
Yes, you are. Okay, so, Elida, are you done?
Yep.
Okay, so I want to talk about this fence a little bit. Do you know what thermal expansion is?
yes.
Okay. And we can anticipate in this area temperatures down to about 30 degrees and temperatures occasionally, unfortunately, up to 110. So have you discussed with anybody the expansion and contraction of a piece of metal that's 1/8 of an inch wide? And what have they said is the amount that it will expand and contract against those temperatures?
So in talks with the fabricator who we're working with to build the fence, they're anticipating that we overcut the holes for the bolt connection to the post to allow it room so it can expand and contract that way. And that will be just a typical detail that's run all night long.
Okay, so it's bolted, it's not welded.
No, it's all bolted.
Okay. Public comment, we are on for final, but public comment anyway. Is there somebody that would like to address the board on item number 9, 700 Riven Rock Road, please?
No hands raised for this item.
Okay, so members of the board, I believe that there's 2 issues going on here. I think there's a thing called a building. And I think there's a thing called the landscaping. And I've got the men building and the women landscaping, and I'm right in the middle. I think my personal opinion is the building's pretty good and it's ready and done. Do you guys feel that that's true? Okay. Are you in the building department yet? Okay, so I think that's done. I don't think the landscaping's done. Does everybody agree with that? Okay. So what are the things, I know that there's a planting plan that's missing, irrigation, there's something in the WELO calcs, there's something, I couldn't find the MAWA. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I couldn't find it. And I think that there are tree lights. Does everybody agree with that, or is there something more than that?
No, I think, I mean, the notes I made to myself looking for this, I mean, this morning when I went through this whole thing, I made notes to myself was planting plan, none, because I couldn't find it. You know, because I'm the one that I go through these before I get here. So, and I couldn't find what John is referring to, which I normally don't even look at the water thing. There's too many numbers for me. But and the other thing, what was about the hanging lights. I mean, I did go through that, and I think I just told John I painted 90, 36 is what I counted. And for me, that is way more to hanging light. I mean, way, you know. And that's what, for me, that's what's wanted and needed is to cut back on those hanging lights. And, you know, and come up with a planning plan. I mean, I can't even begin to approve this for final.
Let me tell you.
Yeah.
You know what to expect, and I think we talked about this last time on Hot Springs. There was thoughts of taking down these beautiful eucalyptus trees that screen Hot Springs, that screen the property. They're consistent with the neighborhood. And there was talk about taking those out, but we're going to put back in green trees. And I don't, so my thing is this going to be like a form of hedge? It's not in the hedgerow. And so my concern was you're taking down existing trees that work to bring in smaller trees. That's what I'll be looking for next time.
Dana, do you know what a general plan is?
Yeah, are we talking about a planting plan?
No, a general plan is a planning document. It's a government document that sets the guidelines, the comment about where the community wants to go. And the one from Montecito says to maintain and preserve the semi-rural, low-intensity residential character of the neighborhood. And so all of us, I think, pretty much believe in that. And what Elida's comment is basically, you're taking away the trees and putting in something that won't have that same neighborhood characteristic. The question that I've had about the fence is it doesn't seem to have that semi-rural character to it about the stepping and stuff. I think it's clever, but I'm not sure it's quite enough. The tree lights, low intensity. I understand that there is a fashionable statement going throughout probably most of North America. Lots of tree lights, moonlights, oh, it's the new thing, super white buildings. We want to maintain and preserve the low intensity semi-rural character. Then these number of tree lights, I think you're probably 1/36, 1/9, no, 1/4 of those lights, probably for the entire property, 9 lights or so is probably the right number, something like that. And I think it's just, you have to get a hold of the fact that this is semi-rural, low intensity, dark. That's why we had so much discussion about the light from Drew, about the quantity of light. He brought in the glass, so the reflectance and the transmittance, it's not going to just broadcast out and be, you know, I struggled with that building when these guys came along with a solution that really shows how this very modern building will not be reflective and will not permit very much of its light to spill out. And then the landscape plan comes in and negates all of his hard work. So, you know, big time reduction. So is there anything else? Have I gotten that or? I
Hot
felt,
Springs, are you, I mean,
I felt that it was kind of a little weenie in terms of the stepping.
offsets?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I have a little bit of an issue, maybe it's just me, of the material, I like 410, don't get me wrong. But it's the smooth texture for 18 feet that I know planting will probably help that and get that to help screen away. It just seems like it's maybe a little bit too cold.
It's not, excuse me, it's not gonna be, because there's not very many plants going that are large in size that are gonna cover up that fence, because because they've got the fence right on the property line. There's not very much room to plant outside the fence.
I don't want it to feel like it's some
Yeah,
kind of
that,
prison
you know,
guard
so
or something. That's what-
the planting is not gonna protect what the public is gonna see.
Yeah, well,
Because
that's,
it's just from at least those in the presentation has been talked about, that they're just going to be shrubs out there.
Yeah.
And that was one of the things when we started talking about the fence that I think or whatever it was last time,
Oh,
is
right.
that there's not, because they can't plant in the right of way. So they only have like, a couple of feet of planting outside there.
Yeah,
Because of where they put the fence. If they put the fence
further back.
further back, then there we could have planting, but we can't because of what they're proposing. So,
No, I agree. I think that needs to be as I
Yeah.
also propose that
This,
we have.
the issue
have more
with
planting.
the tree, especially with the eucalyptus trees, is they are a major fire hazard. And that's why people take them down.
No, they're
Okay.
they're taking them down. Hey.
No, I am saying that homeowners in general are encouraged in Montecito to take down eucalyptus trees and actually to the point where we rarely see any new ones planted. And this is because eucalyptus trees are very high fire hazard. Okay.
Okay, so where do we want to go from here? Drew, again, thank you very
Yeah,
much
you're-
for the architectural portion. I think I was not convinced when you first presented it. I am now. So, but the landscape plan, how do we want to get that done? We can come back to the full board.
It's up to you and Claire, if you felt comfortable taking it in on consent, fine, but if not, then we'll let you.
I think the three basic things are the actual planting plan, so that these two can look at it and understand it. The second one is the fence and how much planting is in front of it. In other words, where is that fence located and how is it dealt with on both sides? And I don't see any people gates going through there for terms of getting outside and working on the plan, on the. And the third thing is the tree lights. Yes, please.
So we presented this the previous time, and you can kind of get a gauge from the site plan of where, that we've had to locate this fence exactly where it's shown in some regards, just because it has to weave around just oak trees that you can't. And so that's one. There is a mandate at the very north. Part of the requirement of the fire department to have tree lights to the north and south. And there is anywhere from 6 to 10 feet between the edge of the shoulder of Hot Springs to where fences and strong on site. It's where we feel we have enough room to speak to this more. Plant certain species that will make this fence disappear as much as we can. It will become part of the backdrop. It's going to be very dark brown, rustic color. That will blend into the landscape and where it may be exposed, the landscape is not going to.
It's 8 feet tall. 6 feet. That's better.
They're in the setback.
You use
Mic on.
You said from edge of pavement, but edge of pavement is edge of pavement. There's a right of way beyond that, and that's kind of where I'm concerned that you keep going back to everything is the fence is edge of from edge of pavement to, well, as far as the planting is concerned, you can't plant the actually, and the county is getting very upset about this, that with people planting in the right of way. And they're now making people take things out of the right of way. So I just want you to keep languaging it that not edge of pavement. You can't plant anything on it from pavement edge into the fence. You can only plant from your property line in. Okay. Just so, yeah.
There's probably a drainage swell there as well, I would imagine.
We would
that
hope, but
collects
maybe not,
water
but
on
no,
that
the
side.
actual, on Hot Springs, it's on the other side.
Oh,
In fact, it's such a swale that nobody can walk on that
Wow.
side. Yeah.
Okay, the planning department has made it very clear that they are unwilling to divide a single application based on architecture and landscape architecture. So it is impossible, because of their directive, to grant you a final approval. So are you two, would you be willing to jump in on the consent calendar when this comes back? Okay. So I would, we can't give you a final approval. We can give you a continuance. But I think that there is as much hard work as you guys did on the building. I think your landscape architect needs to do on the landscape. I think this is a little bit more than concept at this point. Would you agree with that, everybody? At
Yeah,
this point?
yeah, absolutely.
And it needs to become a final. I mean, it really, and please consider the location of that fence. Maybe it's more stepping. Maybe it's something, pull it back, something. And the lights, I threw out a number of 9 lights to cut the number they have by a factor of 4. So from 36 to 9, is that still too generous, or can we?
No, as long as they're up near the house, I have no problem with it.
So Bill thinks it's too much. Robert, what do you think? Please.
Yeah, I think it's too much. Also, I'm a bit concerned about the neighbor to the west because that's actually their property, but you have an easement there, but things are getting pretty close to the house on the west. And I know we haven't heard from them, but it will affect them as well. So I think you got to be careful with that lighting.
Why did you have a comment about the numbers? And Claire's the other comment. And you know, there is a solution to bring those down and just have them be the little path lights. And so that they don't light up the whole night
Oh,
sky.
there's tons of path lights in there.
Yeah, there's
You
a
can see 'em
significant
about
number,
every-
so.
Every foot or so, there's a path light.
So I fear that this may take 2 or 3 consent calendars unless you just make significant revisions to the lighting. And maybe I was being too generous with 9. It sounds like the board would prefer a little bit less on it. 4 or 5, and then also the path lights so that it's dark. The idea is that Montecito is dark at night. And it's not downtown Los Angeles or Beverly Hills, you know, it's dark, it's semi-rural.
Well, I think for me, John, is always, it is that there are no streetlights in Montecito. And that's what your landscape architect needs to understand, that Montecito, there's no streetlights, there's no lighting. And Montecito wants it that way. And I get that she's not from here. And so she needs to alter whatever that is for her, you know, to understand that Montecito really wants to be dark. And we never put up,
Okay, so Dana, do you get it? I mean, it's.
Yeah, understood. We'll reduce the
Okay,
number of lights.
I'd like somebody to give me a motion to continue this to the consent calendar, please.
Make a motion to continue this item 9, 700 Ribbon Rock Road to consent calendar to review final landscape lighting, a complete final application for the landscape plan, including wheel calcs, planting, showing trees.
And restudy the location of the fence.
And restudy the location of the fence on Hot Springs. I think Ribbon Rock's probably okay. Hot
Okay.
Springs Road
Is
side.
everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
And he limited the restudy on Hot Springs. Do we want it off of Ribbon Rock? Or are we okay with that, please?
For the fence that.
For the fence.
No, I think where the fence is fine along with them.
Okay, so.
Because see how much
Drew-
farther back it is from the.
Ribbon Rock on it. Okay. Is there a second to that, please? Oh, excuse me, Hot Springs only. Thank you very much for correcting me. Is there a second, please?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? Drew, thank you. And
Sorry, one more note.
Yeah.
Light fixture height limit to 12 foot
12
6
feet.
high
Yeah, 12 feet.
maximum.
Yeah. Thank you for all the good work in the architectural side of that. And I'm hoping to say that to you, Dana, after the next meeting. Okay.
Thank you.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Carries unanimously. One more item. Danny, are you with us, please?
Hey there, yeah, I'm here.
Did you want to talk about landscape light?
No,
We could
Danny,
start there
don't
if you
talk about
want.
that.
Yeah,
Sam's on.
Yeah, he's got one light.
We have one.
One.
We're very dark, John, very
I
dark.
know, I get it, bro. I get it. And you're very tall also to the neighbors, so let's not forget that. Okay, item number 10, Danny, we are here for final. The comments were nice project. Members recognize constraints. Majority of the MBI believes it's compatible. Fine, the modification request is minor, so we are on for final sets of plans. I have gone through them. Bill, did you go through them?
I have.
And Claire, did you go through them?
No, I did not. It doesn't look like I did.
Okay, and so Danny, I think that from my point of view, what we should do is to look at, there's a civil set in here. If it's okay with the board, if not, please speak up. I know everyone's not shy. Go to the box folder that gives, there's a whole bunch of plans here. Yeah, go to the civil landscape. It's a
Yeah,
set.
he had that one up just.
Oh, I'm sorry. And
Yeah.
yeah, page 15, please. Hi, Sam. How are you?
Hey, John, good to see everybody.
Okay, so
Barely.
there's two B lights. Those are the down lights. One is in this trash enclosure and one is on this palm tree. And that's it, right, Sam? Just two of those?
Correct. Those were just downlights on the tree to light up the patio, kind of a down moonlight. They could be at 12 feet or less. The trash is probably going to be more like 6 or 7 feet. It's just so if someone's in there,
Yeah,
they can utilize it.
yeah. And the color board, Danny, you didn't get the color on there, but I saw an email that showed me what it was.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I apologize for that. Yeah, it's kind of a more vintagey, really warm tone white. So I know the
probably
renderings make it.
74?
Yeah, 73.71.
So if members of the board want to see the full set, I'm delighted to take the time. My report to the board is I did look at it, with the exception of the color board, which Danny has now corrected. And Sam, that was just so the board can see it. I
Yes.
thought it's a very nice set of plans. It's already received preliminary. We're on for final. So that's why I'm.
I just had a comment about, Danny, do you have details for the hand railing?
We have, I mean, it's shown in elevation, but we have kind of we have gates and fencing details. I don't believe we have the actual.
Yeah, I didn't see any details.
It's a very kind of small, transparent component of the design. So
Well, there's like 3 different styles. Looks like you have wood, and then you have a wood and iron combination, and
yeah, the wood is the flat railing, and then the stair rail is like steel, steel with.
oh, looked like there was one that had a combination that was a guardrail that had iron as well.
Yes, I think if you go to 806, it's on that one. That might show something there.
Show the infill there.
Yeah. So.
I mean, the elevations are pretty clear, so I guess that's all I had.
Okay,
to feed
Claire, you
through.
have a question, please?
Yeah, I noticed in reading here, have you applied for your modification yet?
Yeah, so the CDP has been approved. We went to the Montecito Planning Commission. The mod was approved. It was approved by MBAR. It was approved by MPC in planning. So this is our final step to, starting construction.
Yeah, it's gonna have old minutes on here.
Read the minutes he said.
Okay, so anything, any comments, any questions, anything? In that case, do I have a motion? It would be for final.
So moved.
Mr. Hold on. We at
Oh.
the very least. ask public
Yes,
comment.
yes, public comment. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 10? Thank you very much, David.
We do have
Or-
one hand.
43 Humphrey Road.
Does we have public comment after prelim and NBC?
At
I
the
just-
meeting.
Yeah, so is there somebody that, Mr. Rabin, would you like to speak, please? You are muted, it looks like. There you go.
Not now. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, first off, I'd let you know, I appreciate the board and the process. What I don't appreciate is how long this has been, and I feel completely unheard. And the reasons being, you guys have no idea, no concept of what a 28-foot structure 10 feet away from you is going to do to your privacy. And it's been completely ignored because this Eugenia hedge that you talk about as a divider does nothing. And on good faith, the owner has not even attempted to thicken it or prove that it would work. It doesn't. I'm going to get a ton of light pollution from this project. And it completely, because it's 4 feet higher because of the flood laws, of which the board stated, well, that's something we're all just going to have to learn to live with. The reality is, by your own guidelines, you're supposed to protect people like me and my neighbors and our privacy. That is part of your guidelines. And that is not being shown in any of these hearings that I participated in. And on my time, yet alone spending 4 hours out of a workday for every single one of these meetings, that's not even taken into consideration about the people who have to work for a living. So it would be great, if you guys would actually hear me and realize what the problem is here. Yes, I'm in a flood zone. What if the regulations change? Well, 4 feet isn't enough. We got to go up 6 feet. And then the board's response to that was, well, that's something everyone's going to have to learn to live with. Instead of taking a creative approach and seeing if we could compromise here and work things out. That has not been done here at all. And I have been extremely courteous through all of these hearings. And I got to tell you, I'm frustrated. I got buildings going up behind me, and now I have a skyscraper going up immediately looking over my yard. And maybe one or two of you can empathize with that. But others, I just don't get the relationship between you and the builders versus the public and the neighbors who you're supposed to protect. So again, just extremely frustrated. I'm sure you could hear it in my voice. I've been told things that have not been done, including even the lighting panels reduced. They were not reduced on both floors, as I was told. It's still an obscene amount of light coming over, and windows wouldn't even compromise to blur those windows or etch them or anything when they have no view whatsoever. The view of this property is on my property, my family, my children, my yard. My sanctuary that I come home to is going to completely change because of this. An 8-foot wall is nothing. The first floor looks 4 feet over it. Imagine the second floor. I really don't think you guys see the picture here, and I'm just completely frustrated over this entire process and how it's been handled. And at this point, I would say, look at your own guidelines, read them. I've read the county's, and I've read yours, and I can give you statements. The Board of Supervisors finds that inappropriateness or poor quality of design in the exterior appearance of buildings, structures, or signs adversely affect the desirability of the immediate area and neighboring areas for residential, business, or other purposes, and by so doing impairs the benefits of occupancy of existing property in such areas. That is me. And I need to be protected, as do my neighbors to the back of that property on the other side. And on the other side, unfortunately, the poor guy who lives there is unable to really stand up for himself. So we have to do it for him, even though he's opposed to this. And I'm going to leave it at that. And I hope that at some time in the future, maybe some of this gets corrected and you guys feel a little bit more for those who are being affected by these properties and projects that you're approving.
Thank you. Are you done, sir?
I'm done.
That's very good. Thank you. Okay. So Danny, he brings up a point, says that I had heard that you had agreed to frost or obscure or something, windows facing south. Did you do that, please? Danny?
Sorry, I was muted there. Yeah, you can kind of go back and listen if you need to all the recordings, but this is our 5th visit and we made changes
Okay.
to the windows.
Danny, can you show me on the light on the windows?
Yeah, the discussion wasn't about, I think Harry's kind of brought up this count of the little squares. And it's just never been a topic of discussion amongst the board or us.
Danny, did you obscure any of the windows facing south, please?
There are no obscured glass. We did not offer that. We made a lot of other concessions on the window sizes and locations. And if you listen to the last hearing or the one before that, where we made significant changes, Harry said he had agreed to the changes that were made on the 2nd floor, but he was now only concerned with the one window on the media room on the 1st floor, which was the first time that window had been brought up by him. I think it was the 3rd meeting or the last one. At that time, the board, agreed that the design was approved at preliminary as is. We were not asked. I think one member said, if you can reduce that further, then that would be great. But at this point, the project is approvable as is, given all the constraints. We actually did, since that meeting, we took one vertical row, which is about 1.5 feet of width, out of that one window on the 1st floor. It was the only window yet of concern at the last meeting where we were given preliminary approval.
David, could you give us the elevations? Do you know where they are? PDF number, which set?
They're in this set. If you scroll up to the other direction. Yeah. Going, get there. There we go.
That's north and
It's
okay.
so that window there on the sheet lower left, there's a kind of a 3-paneled window on the bottom floor. Elevation number 2, south elevation. See the 3-paneled window on the 1st floor? That used the middle, there it is. Yep, the middle window used to have one more row. So this is the smallest window that we've ever shown of that window by about 1.5 feet. And it wasn't required. I mean, at that point, we did it anyways. So hopefully that's helps a little bit.
Thank you, Danny. This has received preliminary approval, which is the one that's really the county's big, catch-all. We're on for final, which is basically, is this plan consistent with the preliminary approval? I think it is. I don't know what other members think. I'm ready to vote for it. If people would like, I am one of the community reps. I'm going to make the motion. Okay.
David, the process that this went through, obviously Montecito Planning Commission, the neighbor would have had an opportunity to speak. Maybe he did at that hearing and appeal, I suppose, right? So these all have, does final even get the opportunity to appeal?
Final is not appealable. The only exception to that is if it is not, what's what I'm looking for, largely comply with the preliminary approval. But if it does, I mean, the final approval is not appealable.
Okay, so I will move for preliminary approval, final approval as submitted. Is there a second, please? You want to turn on your mic?
I will second that.
And she and I have been appointed by Doss Williams, the supervisor, to be the community reps. Just as a matter of general knowledge. Any further discussion, please? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed?
Opposed.
Oh, you're opposed? Because
I've been opposed to this project from the day one.
does this plan largely reflect the preliminary approval?
Yes.
Danny, that's the vote we're having today. Does it largely and show exactly how it's going to be built now that we have had the preliminary? We're not revisiting.
No, this is just more detail.
Danny,
Yes.
be quiet.
Oh, I thought you were asking me.
Danny, be quiet.
Okay.
So that's what we're here for today. There's a difference between preliminary and final. Preliminary is the big one. You're correct in saying no at preliminary if that's what you believe.
That's
I'm
what I
fine with
did.
that. And you did.
And I did.
But final, the question is, the plans that are prepared, are they largely the same? Have they shown how it's going to get built? Was it your understanding the preliminary that they came through with now? So that's the only question. If you believe it's not, then please vote against it. If you believe that it is, then I think you're obligated to vote for it. David, do you agree with my assessment?
For WIDA, I think that if WIDA's concerns have still not been satisfied, then I think it's perfectly fine for her to go now.
Okay, very good.
Wait a second. I was not part of the preliminary review of this project. So I think I need to abstain from this.
Okay, so we have 5 members. You're willing to vote yes? You're willing to vote yes? So am I. So we're just going to go across 3-1-1. Okay. And Chip recuses and Dave is absent. That's going to be a long line. Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
Abstain.
Abstain. So motion carries and can I have a motion for adjournment, please?
Move to adjourn today's July 13th MBAR hearing.
Any further discussion on that? Is there a second? Is there a second?
I second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Embar.